Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is, Tuesday, and that means it is time for a variety type stream, which is what I'm doing on Tuesday up until I go on vacay in like a couple of weeks here. So today's variety stream is one that I've done a number of times. I'm gonna be trying out a bunch of Game Pass games that a bunch of Game Pass games I've never played before. Starting with Ace Attorney, which I'll say I've never played a single entry of. I've played Ghost Trick, it's not the same thing. It's just a game that is also very text-based, story-heavy, by like the same company, so it's not at all. Is it related? I'm not 100% sure if it's not. But, like, that's the closest I've come to Ace Attorney. It has, like, one character who is, like a detective type who is very similar to a character in this, I believe. It's not the most dissimilar, perhaps. I don't know. Like I said, I've never touched the thing, so what the fuck can I say about Ace Attorney? Before we get into it, and I'll say, I'm gonna go out to this. I don't need this. I'm gonna go out to the whole like group that I have here, and we're gonna look at some of these games that we have available to try out tonight. You can see that there's a lot of them. I've basically just looked around and grabbed everything that looked mildly interesting, worth a look. We'll look through and see if there's anything that I want to call out in particular in a minute or two. Where is there? It is. But before that, I want to talk about some stuff that happened the other day, real fast. I just gotta talk about this real quick. Yo, did you watch the Nintendo Museum Direct? Other day, Nintendo did a museum direct where they showed off the museum and announced some stuff. It looks good, basically. Nintendo Museum. It's been kicking around for a long time. They finally showed it off. It has neat exhibits in it. It has cool interactive crap, including giant controllers, which really cool, I think. The Wii giant controller is objectively the best one, but giant N64 controller just kind of speaks to me. Question is, though, when will it be open? You know, you might have seen previous streams and seen me talking about how I'm going to Japan in a couple weeks. Well, it's open October 2nd. When am I going to be in Osaka / Kyoto? Well, let me consult my badly written, illegible board there. Yeah, I'm gonna be there from September 30th to September 7th, or October 7th, so, yeah, that's, opening week. You have to win a lottery to get a ticket, to get the opportunity to buy a ticket, so I'm either very lucky, and we'll get to be one of the first people in the museum, or I'm extremely unlucky, and if my plans had been for any other week to be in those cities, then it would be a lot easier to get in. Let's see what happens. I find out at the end of the month, I guess, if I got a ticket for that. I hope so. That would be really fun to do and check out. And imagine if I got in on day one. Like, if I got in day one, first grand opening, basically, that would be a hell of a thing. I bet that's probably the most competitive time slots. So, we'll see if I get really, really lucky. I would be happy to get in the following 2 days. Those would also be good. For what it's worth. Anyway, that's fantastic. One more thing to just touch on real quick. My next Mario Maker level is done. on the Mario Maker stream on Friday. I will upload it, and that'll be cool. Look forward to that. That's been a long time in the making, and the time has come to upload it. It's basically done, though I guess I could maybe see about lowering the difficulty a bit. There's some parts that worry me. I kind of want to put it out there and just see how people handle it. Maybe it's fine. It's the penultimate level. It's supposed to be a little tricky. I don't know. Penultimate level of the super world. We'll see about that. Let's, before we get into this first game, let's just go back to that group that I got and go over what options we have. You can see there's kind of a lot that I've grabbed, that I have downloaded, that I have added to this group. I'm pretty sure that everything that's on Game Pass that I have not played before, and I've not started, mind you, is in here. I'm going to, I'll say, there's a couple that I really super want to hit. Like Ace Attorney, want to start with that. That seems pretty promising. I'll also say that they added a Crash Bandicoot to Game Pass. That is good. It makes sense. Since they bought Activision, they have the right to do that. I want to try that out. I've heard the Case of the Golden Idol is very adjacent to, like, The Return of the Obra Dinn, and I'm very curious about that, so that will also be one of them I'm reckoning. Also, I'll say I've had Dusk Falls, the Tom Goes to the Mayor prestige game, where it's all animated in, like, stop motion, or not stop motion, like still photographs, where the characters are like, and it's apparently very serious. That game takes up like 50 gigs on my Xbox, and I only have it here to be a joke game that we play for 5 minutes and laugh at, so I want to knock that out. I want to knock that out tonight and get it off my hard drive. Speaking of games that are on my hard drive, Call of Duty is like 200 gigs, and I'll say I haven't played a Call of Duty since Call of Duty 2. They finally added one to Game Pass, so I guess I'll play it. Call of Duty 2 is famously before they got good, and when they got good, I said, like, well, I played 2 and it was crap, so didn't get into it, and then I continued to not do that for 20 years, so that's fun. Anything else that makes sense for tonight to call out? There's like a Warhammer game here. There's this game with the shark. A lot of these look kind of cool, honestly, and I'm sort of curious about them. Botany Manor is some sort of puzzle game. I wonder if that's like Witnessy. There's a lot of games here I'm mildly curious to try. Let's see how many we get to, and I'll say, as a rule, all streams is going to be, all Game Pass streams is going to be me just sort of doing whatever feels right. You know, I'm going to play a game. If it's really boring, I might bounce off really quickly. If it really grabs me, we might just spend most of the stream playing it. It depends on what's going on, you know, how it goes. Also, I'll say I took a nap after getting home, so I should be good to go late-ish, without necessarily ruining my day tomorrow, I guess. So, without further ado, let's get into the first game here, Ace Attorney. I'm very curious. I'm very curious about this. Let's, play the first one, I think, right? So this is Ace Attorney Trilogy. It's a collection of the first 3 games. Let's play the first turnabout. I never got into this. I never got it. It was on the DS back in the day. And I just sort of, you know, didn't buy it. What do you want? pretty straightforward, really. I have seen some of the memes, but, like, I gotta imagine that doesn't, like, ruin anything, right? And it probably only makes it better that I understand it's supposed to be funny. This guy is gonna pin someone, and so we already know who did it. I guess that's fine. The important thing is, like, I imagine this is sort of like a Danganronpa type thing. We're looking for evidence. We're looking for, for, like, the logic. For, like, the clues. No one's gonna die in a comical manner, though. Yeah, I played all 3 of the Danganronpas, by the way. It's not weird. Those games are good. I don't know that I'd ever play them again. They're so long. But, you know, I quite enjoyed them. I thought 3 was fantastic. Jeez, great twist. Great. Some great twists and some great cases. Kind of weirdly meta in ways, but I'm fine with that. I don't mind that. Okay, so I should be paying attention here. So, a thing to note about this series is that, I got a daily achievement, is that in Japan, there is the legal system, like, 99% of cases result in conviction. Like, it is rare for an attorney to get someone off, for someone to be ruled innocent. So, yeah, it's kind of a whole thing that, like, I think the idea of this series is that, you know, part of the humor, part of the joke with every prosecutor is that they've never lost a case, but also that's kind of low-key true in reality. And also, Phoenix Wright as a defense attorney always wins because he's the player character and you have a good, you know, you play the game good. That's Butts. Butts? His name is Butts? Okay. Larry Butts. Okay. I know this game is silly. This guy is, get it? This guy is, like, our mentor, originally. The newspapers say it was you! Well, if the newspapers say it. My name is Phoenix Wright. Here's the story. It's fairly simple. Young woman was killed in her apartment. The guy they arrested was the unlucky sap dating her. Larry Butts. Bestie. Ah, yeah, there you go. I bet there's, like, obviously, these are not the original Japanese names. I bet the original Japanese names were, like, untranslatable jokes. Such that, yeah, like, yeah, this guy probably had a name that was equivalent to, like, ass, fart guy. Yeah, it's Butts. They know what they're doing. If I need to move, I'll move, but it looks like the text is all that way, so I think I'm good. Hopefully the volume is good. I can adjust as needed. Let me know. I think this is fine. Looking at the levels. I can, you know, just take down 2 scotches. There we go. Be 100% safe here. That's probably not necessary. Let's keep it where it was. Keep it where it was. Okay. Yes, I don't know what I'm doing. It's unclear if he went to law school or if he's just... Hey, you know, I'm doing what I can here. Your first case is a murder case? That seems like you should work up to that. Yeah, sure. Okay. It's Larry Butts. The defendant? Well, that's Larry Butts. What's the victim's name? Cindy! Cindy! This is... Cindy Schmelzer. It's Cindy. I feel this is like a fucking Arrested Development. That scene where Job doesn't know his wife's name because they got married like out of the blue on a dare on a first night. What was going to be a first night stand. It's a funny show. Oh, is it Stone or... Oh, there we go. Stone, yes. Cindy Stone. Also, they hadn't told us it, I don't think, so we had no way of knowing. Okay. Hit with a blunt object by some dude. Right? Let me check. Blood lose to... Yep. Yeah, that's good enough. You know how they died. You know who they were, what their name was. You know who we say do it. That's more than enough to be a defense attorney in Japan, I guess. Also, at the same time, you know, like I said, in real life, it barely matters. They're gonna be guilty one way or the other. So, yeah, you don't really need to be good at it, I guess. You at least need to be able to answer those 3 questions. But, yeah, I don't know about that. We should have some evidence or something. I don't know. Pain. Like a statue. Okay. Can I, like, let me see now. Is there, like, vibration, screen straight, text, skip? What is this? Hold B to skip text. There's not, like, speed options or anything? Just, like, volume and other such things? Okay. And that was the button I pressed, the options button. Okay, cool. There's not like another options button that has text speed in it. Generally, I like it when text goes a little faster, but it's fine. They're like talking, their mouths are moving. I can double tap to make it go faster. If I'm careful. Didn't they all die? Oh no. Yeah, no, that's... You had gotten what they call ghosted. I don't know if that was a term when this game came out, or in Japan. But there you have it. She had just returned from overseas with one of them the day before the murder. What about the, hey, wait a minute. You're saying she was seeing other men. Why couldn't the other men be responsible? Where are they? Why aren't they being questioned for the murder? In fact, if this guy hasn't seen her, how could he kill her? That doesn't make sense to me. Probably the guys who saw her are more likely to have killed her. Yeah, I know. Doesn't make sense. She just got home from Paris. Harry, as it's called. How did Butts know that she was home? Did Butts know that she was home? Is there any evidence? Because, like, yeah, no, if I just appear back in the country after being abroad for a bit, it's not like, well, I guess all my vacation plans are pretty out there, and I've mentioned the length of it and all. So it's not like it's a secret or nothing, but still though, the victim apparently arrived at home at Paris right before the murder. Yes, that's right. Dude, no way. It appears that she had several sugar daddies. Daddies? Sugar? Fucking deer in the headlights. Yes, older men who give her money and gifts. Thank you for explaining. That's great. Dude! That was pretty good. Yeah. I like how fucking dry that dude is trying to be, but he's talking about sugar daddies, so it's to a guy who is named after a butt, so it's hilarious. This game might be good. I wanna not stop him, but I do feel like as his lawyer, is there like a text log situation? Maybe that's something they get in later games. A lot of adventure games have that sort of thing, you know, where I say adventure games, visual novels have like a record where you can scroll up and look at what was said before. I'm gonna be pragmatic. Oof, Wince! I got his ass. Yeah, it is. That cheating she-dog. Oh, dude, no, you're losing it. Yeah. You didn't know. Whew. Yeah, I don't know that there was a winning answer there. Well, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Ooh, that's a bad answer. Uh-oh, he went! What do I do? Answer honestly. What's his signal? This is gonna be like a cartoon where he's gonna be like... He's gonna be very big and obvious, and the guy's gonna be like... I don't know what he's trying to say. Oh, he got it. He understood. He understood. Also, I'm on the right side, I guess. I really don't... you know. I don't remember which way it is in American courtrooms, if the defendant is on the left or the right, but I feel like it might be backwards. Also, we're like on different sides of the thing. It's like Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger's courtroom is the same way. And also I have played, Judgment. That, is about a lawyer, and a court case is sort of the central arc of that. He wasn't home. Hang on. This is gonna be the murder man, isn't it? Wait. This is gonna be the murder man. I got this figured out. I mean, they showed us the murder man beforehand. They showed us it was someone else and that he didn't do it. I hope that not every case is like that. I hope that in some cases you have to figure out. Though I assume that you will know, just by the nature of the game, that you are on the right side of the case. Yeah, that's Murder Man. Also, wait. Oh, Right, so we're kind of from the judge's point of view. So, on the judge's right is the prosecutor. On the judge's left is the defense. And the middle is the witness. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I was about to say, they were the other way in the reverse shot, but that's how point of views work. Yeah, Mr. Saw It. Guy's name is Saw It. It's on the nose. Okay, that's not a thing you do anymore these days, but go on. That was a thing back in the past. Must be in a hurry. Looked inside, saw her lying there, a woman, not moving, dead. And then he said, in real life, he said, I need someone to blame it on. How about that guy? So, what the fuck happened then? Was that guy, like, outside? And he, like, looked out and was like, oh, hey, there's the guy I should pin it on. Lucky that guy was the ex-husband, or... not ex-husband, ex-boyfriend, ex, that's the word. Guy went to a park. Remember the time? It was 1 p.m. Man who ran was that. He said 1 p.m. Oh, Phoenix. Incidentally, why wasn't the phone in the victim's apartment? There was a blackout in the building. Are phones supposed to work during a blackout? I don't know. Some cordless phones do not function normally. That makes sense. Huh. That is convenient. Okay. Cross-examination. I know what that is. That's where you ask questions. So is Mia like our paralegal? I don't know why she isn't doing it if she knows what to do. Maybe she's like our mentor. Your client is innocent, right? So, what must have lied. Yes! Oh, shit! Phoenix Wright is just getting that. Oh, people can lie? Oh! Oh my god. I didn't realize that. It's in the evidence. Okay, attorney's badge, the... Wait, didn't he say 1 p.m.? Cindy died at 4 p.m. Noon to 6 p.m. Okay. Maybe it takes hours to die. It takes hours to die. But if dude had figured out at 1 p.m. that she was quote-unquote dying, and then there would have been time to save her. Unless she went to the hospital and died there, technically. Okay, how's this work exactly? So this is like Danganronpa, where you go through the statements and you try to find the evidence that that conflicts with the thing. Here's the contradiction. I think. She died at 4. You sure? Yes, it was 1 p.m. for certain. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. Autopsy says she died at 4, bro. There's no body! No body to find at 1 p.m. How do you explain this? Oh, fuck. She did take a while to bleed out. Right, yeah, no. Why was that a lady's voice? Maybe he just has, like, a really high-pitched voice. He was very precise. Well... It's a really good question. Very cool. Okay. I'm thinking, by the way, I would like to finish out this case, which I'm reckoning won't be that long. And then I would like to maybe look at one of the other games in this trilogy, just to look at another case. Is that a good idea, or would it be better to like look at the introduction for the second case in this? But just like poke the head and see like, hey, where is this going? Because I'm curious where it goes. But after that, I think let's look to another game. I'm liking this. It was 3 hours off, wasn't it? A video of a tape program. Well, dude already fucked up. Because the power was out, dipshit. Yeah. I know what to do. Yeah, the power was out. I remember. This dude is really bad at covering up. Do I present here or just... Yeah. Okay, so... Impossible, the power was out. And I guess I'm gonna assume that any one of these lines would be good enough to object on. That would make sense to me. Power's out, dude. they had a backup generator for the TV. It was a Game Boy Advance. It was a Nintendo DS that said the time. Oh, jeez. He's getting a third chance to correct his thing? There was a table clock in the apartment, wasn't there? Do we have a picture of the apartment? Wait, what the fuck? You're really struggling here. It's a statue, you dipshit. Since when was it a clock? Unless he actually did use a clock. Okay, the murder weapon was a statue. There's no time on the statue. At least according to the record, it was a statue. I don't know if y'all are noticing, but there's like a weird flash every now and again while I'm like answering this finding the contradictions. I think that's weird. That's unpleasant to the eyes. I think about in DKC, the original, where when you turn around, the screen flashes white while the flashlight points at you in Squawks' dark cavern level. What is that? Torchlight Trouble? In Torchlight Trouble, and also the similar stage Glimmer's Galleon. Levels of that nature. They took that out of later re-releases of that game because, yeah, it's unpleasant and no one likes it. It's too realistic. Except in this case, it's just... There's not even a, like, in-universe explanation. Ah! Yes, but... Why did it activate? Yes. The only way he could have known the weapon was a clock is to hold it in his hand. Yet the witness testified that he never entered the apartments. There we go, yeah. Went into the apartment, yes. The flashes of... I'm assuming these flashes are part of the game and not my Xbox dying. Honestly, they could be either way because they are quite unpleasant. Kind of remind me of, what's that movie where the guy splices a dick into the film? Fight Club. It's almost like that, but why? I don't understand. Please continue, yeah. Mr. Saw It. Obviously, yeah. The murder weapon spoke as you hit the victim. What? Faceless? Just look at the witness's face. Ah! Did you strike the victim with a clock? Or did you do the murder? Look. I will remind you. I will remind you. You're still under oath. If you murdered the victim, you have to tell us. He's breaking down. Your Honor, a moment. Come on. There's plenty of evidence. Yeah, we have explained how it needs to be. Ask the neighbors? Examine the clock's batteries? Why would the batteries have anything to do about it? Try sounding the clock? It should be 2 hours behind. I think it's 8:25. Oh! It's because it was set to Paris time! It was set to Paris time! That was the problem. Ah! Smart! I got it. I got it. 11:25. As you can see, this clock is exactly 3 hours slow. It's because she was in Paris. It proves nothing. How do you know it was running 3 hours slow on the day of the murder? I think that's pretty good evidence-wise. At any rate, this witness is no good, and if you want to convict Mr. Butts, you're gonna have to find better. And you should probably press charges against this guy because it seems like he did it. Well, can't deny that. Can't deny that. It's yeah, no, correct. Except for the cool ones who skateboard in games by the Like a Dragon people. From the Like a Dragon people. Not so fast. Oh, she's the chief. The chief? Paris! Think through it. Why was the clock? Paris, Paris, I got it, I got it. I know. Yes. Tough words, let's go. Let's see. Paris. Came back from Paris. As you all know, we all bring our clocks, our statue clocks, with us on vacation. It is essential. Wait, actually, scratch that. It's probably a souvenir. It's probably a souvenir. There you go. The Thinker is from... Is the Thinker from Paris? I thought the Thinker is Italian. No, it's a sculpture in Paris, in Paris, France, I guess. Huh. Let me see. La Poete in French. Yeah, it is a French statue. Okay. I guess not every statue is Italian. In retrospect, that seems obvious, but I don't know. The Renaissance was pretty big in Italy. Suppose it was big everywhere. It wasn't 3 hours slow, it was 9 hours fast. It was probably a souvenir, too, from Paris. Mr. Did It. He got his ass. Ah! Most unprecedented. Come on. Come on, everyone be chill. Well, I think we can all agree that was a whole thing. Mr. Payne, what's up? Well, okay. You should probably say something to the effect of, the state would like to drop the charges against, Mr. Butts. Yeah, that was a pretty fast one. Yeah, that's nice. That was very fun. This series seems great, and it's a shame that I never have tried it before. I should probably play some more of this off-stream, I'll say. Hey, he was a common burglar. When Larry went to an apartment, the victim wasn't home. After he left, he let himself inside to do his dirty work. The victim returned. Good job. Yeah, that was great. Oh, Larry. He did lose his girlfriend. What? Don't do that. It's cool, dude. That's true. Where are you going with that, Phoenix? She seemed nice. That's fine. It's fine if she had other dudes. If he's cool with that, that's his prerogative. Some dudes are, you know, they like that. I don't know. Harry, it's Larry, isn't it? Did she just say Harry Butts? Maybe I misread. I thought she said Harry Butts. But his name is Larry Butts. What? What? Why did... You made this clock for her. Okay, so it wasn't a souvenir then. He just made it because he knew she liked France. Okay. You know, I thought it made sense the way I figured it, but whatever. Excuse me. It's okay. Not sympathizing, just, isn't that right? Don't you have something you have to show your friend? Something, I don't know, I kind of missed a line there. The statue? This is the clock you made for her, Larry, and she took it all the way to Paris. No one needs a clock. Well, this was in the days of the DS. Yeah, people really didn't have cell phones in the same way that they had now. You know, like 2004, 2005. Yeah, people, maybe Japanese people did at that point, but not like the way we do now, just have like a clock at a moment's notice. Well, actually, dumb phones did have clocks in them, and we did look at them. Or on our iPods, when back in those days, you would carry a phone, and you'd also carry an iPod, because the phone was an incompetent music player. It was terrible, you know. They made it so you could use it as a media player, but they didn't make it good enough where you would want to. And sometimes even they didn't have an audio jack, but also didn't make good ways for you to actually use headphones that you had. You know, at least Apple gives you a converter, and also Bluetooth has become a vaguely acceptable thing. I'll say I have a pair of Bluetooth headphones that I've been using for a bit, for like half a year now. One of them stopped working for a day or so. It just stopped charging, and I got with like customer support, and they told me like, yeah, leave it on the charger, the case on the charger for like a day. It'll reset, at which point it probably will charge the thing, which is basically what happened. Kind of annoying, honestly. If you're making a device, you really should have a reset button on it, or at least some sort of button that you can press and hold down for 10 seconds. It's ridiculous that I just had to wait 24 hours for the thing to hard reboot and for my problem to be addressed. That is not great. There's a lot of things about Bluetooth headphones that are not mature yet, I'll say. And it almost feels like an incomplete category. Nonetheless, it seems like everyone's agreed that we're going with it. So, whatever. We never really know if our clients are guilty or innocent. All we can do is believe in them. How about dinner? On me. Innocent butts. Innocent butts. That's a hell of a image. Hey, Islam. Interesting name. My first trial came to a close. Gee, Nick, it's good to have friends. I'm sure he's not going to pay us unless you count the clock he gave Mia. The clock was soon going to be at the center of another incident. Okay. The end. There we go. That's the end of the first case. I've heard that jingle before. I've heard that jingle in like I heard that jingle in like in like H Bomber Guy videos. Huh, that's where it comes from? Interesting. You know your name is Grains, but it is religious. True. Yes, save progress. Cool. That seems great. I think we're good. I think that's a great first look at Ace Attorney, and I quite enjoyed it. Honestly, wouldn't mind doing more of that, like off stream, perhaps. Let me go to the list of games, and we'll pick out another one to do next. What's this? Doesn't Indiana Jones and the Great Circle come out like December? Why is that coming soon? That seems like a questionable definition of coming soon. I don't know, Islam, if you're the only one there. Sometimes people don't chat. But also, that's fine. I don't mind that. Don't mind. What game should we try next? Let's see now. Let's just go to the next one. Thank you for the subscription, Islam. Let's do Crash Bandicoot, Insane Trilogy. Just go right into another game that is part of it, that is like a collection of I need my buttons to edit the Twitch stream. Insane
enveloped by vicarious visions.
Crash Bandicoot.
It's Crash Bandicoot.
Trying to find the Twitch category. Crash Bandicoot. Insane Trilogy. It's not a Twitch category. I'll just put it under Crash Bandicoot. That's fine. Okay. This seems a little low. Let me adjust the volume a little bit. This should be good. How's this sound for volume? Maybe like here? How's this sound? Maybe a little lower. Let's go with this. Never played a Crash Bandicoots. Never had a PlayStation back in the day until the PlayStation 3, at which point Crash Bandicoot wasn't a thing anymore. As a franchise, it had basically petered out, and yeah, no, I never wrapped around to it, other than the one time, one level was in a Last of Us game, so this is basically new to me, 90%. I understand that it's a 3D platformer where you, from like a behind-the-back perspective.
To world domination. This time, I shall reign triumphant.
And this is like a remake that makes it like HD and crap.
We are closer than ever before. Quickly, into the vortex.
I think maybe we don't need any plots. I think we're good on plots. Scientist man, he's sort of a bad guy. I get it. I'll say I think I would have liked to see. I would have liked it if the if 4 had come out on Game Pass first. If I was picking one that I wanted to try. Hold to jump longer. Okay. If I was picking one that I really wanted to try, it would be 4 rather than this one. Just because 4 seems like it has a little bit more, I don't know, a little more, what's the word, to it? So this spin isn't like a Dixie Kong thing, isn't like a Mario spin. It doesn't give you any extra distance, does it? This, you know, it's important to keep this in context of what it was at the time, which was one of the first 3D platformers. For that, it's pretty okay, I would say, from having played it for like a minute. You push the stick in the direction you want to go, and you jump over pits that are, you know, in front of you. It's reasonably easy to push the stick in the right direction. And so long as you jump long over such and such bits, you'll get over them. And it's kind of funny how it tells you how many boxes you've missed. I somehow knew about that bit. Though I don't think I played any other than the one in Last of Us. I might have seen it at some point. I don't know. In the context of the time where games like this didn't exist, and it was either this, Blink's 3D, or Mario 64, I can understand why this game exists, and why, perhaps... Is it true that this was the best 3D platformer on the PlayStation? I guess that would be Spyro, wouldn't it? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say that's Spyro, Is Spyro also Activision? Is Spyro also in the repertoire of Microsoft now? Something that they could just add to Game Pass whenever they want? I would like to play that without paying any money. I say, a subscription to Game Pass is actually it's actually getting more expensive for what it's worth. And, I will say, unless I do more Game Pass streams like this, it's kind of hard to justify as, like, a monthly expense, but whatever. Occasionally I make content out of it, and it's a very efficient way to just get a bunch of games for content. Whatever. It's a whole thing. I'll say, if you aren't doing, like, streams and aren't, like, literally trying out a bunch of games every now and again, I do think it's true that Game Pass is a harder proposition to justify more and more every year with every price increase. It's dicked up. Also, it's not like Game Pass has had, like, that many S-tier games this year, other than, like, Persona, which is a remake. A really great remake, but a remake nonetheless. Okay, how about we don't go for that extra life, then. The way this attack feels awkward. I don't know. Feel like this checkpoint kinda has, no extra, you know, no Diddy Kong type, no DK barrel equivalent, no mushroom. For a while, I don't like the way that the combat, quote-unquote, feels. It feels clunky in a way that is a bit awkward. I mean, it's not bad, and clearly there is some nuance to be found in, like, juking out of the way in the slight short cooldown between, like, spins. Oh, cool, bonus. But still, it's awkward in ways. Yay! I'm getting some lives. Collecting some more stuff. I'll say that it's pretty telling, perhaps, that this is a format that no one ever duplicated. You know? Like, there's not platformers like this anymore. And there never will be. Because it's not... Even, like, the Dreamcast model of platformer that's... is, like, still replicated by, like, weird indie games that, turn it into an aesthetic. This has never been an aesthetic. This will never be an aesthetic. The only thing keeping this alive is... Well, this is fun. Because it's sort of 2D. The only thing keeping this alive is, games in the franchise. Really. I guess you have to spin, you can't just jump. Let's do this level and maybe, like, okay, you can jump sometimes if you land really good. You can't kick, though. I know, it's not Mario. It's silly to expect it to be. Let's do this level. And then one more, and then, like, look at one of the other 3 games. And then maybe move on to the next thing. Because I'll say this is, like, not quite selling me. I'll ask this. Okay. If anyone knows, like, what the best of these is supposed to be. Ah, crap. Whether it's the first one or the second one or the third one, is there, like, a DKC2? Is there agreed upon a DKC1, DKC2, DKC3 ranking of these, or would just going to the third one see, like, the most mature version of it? I say the most mature. The most evolved version of it. Be correct. It almost feels like, Jumping Flash, or like, hey, Trainer Derek, how's it going? I'm trying a bunch of Game Pass games. I'm asking right now, Trainer Derek. I'm not sure I'm really loving this one so far, the first one in this this collection. What is the best one of these original 3 supposed to be? Is it like the first one? Is it the second one, like DKC? Try 2. Okay, yeah, thank you. I was wondering if I should try 2 or 3 specifically. 2 is way better. Okay. Okay. This level is interesting, but also it feels kind of stiff and weird in ways, right? Like when I'm jumping on guys, you know, it almost feels like, well, I can name a million 2D platformers that do it better, right? That's what it feels like. This is better than Cloning Clyde, I'll give it that. This feels better than Cloning Clyde, but, like, that is a low bar. It's cool how you jump on boxes and they destroy under you. That is a neat thing for to have in your, like, your basic kit, right? Like, okay, just as a rule, you jump on boxes, they go poof below you. Sort of the opposite of Mario. And it's opposite in a way that makes it almost more interesting. 3 is your favorite, but 2 is objectively the best. This game is jank even in the remaster. It's authentically jank, I'm sure. That's authentic to the source material. I missed 10 boxes. How's the volume, by the way, Trainer Derek? Something about how they redid the hitboxes for it? Gotcha. It feels kind of like... Let's save load. Okay. I'll save that. Volume is good. Okay, cool. Let's try out 2. Let's go over to the second game here in the Insane Trilogy. I'll change the stream, the Twitch game. By the way, if anyone on the YouTube side is wondering why I don't change the YouTube game, it's because you can't do it from your phone. You can't do it from your phone, so it's more difficult for me from the couch. If I was at the computer, maybe I would. Or if I threw to a break for a minute to buy time for me to do that, but it's fine. I think it's fine. Let's try Crash Bandicoot 2. Crash Bandicoot 2. Let's give this a go. We'll play a couple levels here. I don't think we need plot. Do we need plots? Your friend and I did a Let's Play 100% in Crash 2. Cool. So what? Like getting all the boxes and other collectibles? So like if you fail to do a level, you just go through it again. If it says you have any boxes left. This is your sister. This is Crash Bandicoot's sister. Did she exist in the first game? I don't know. We only saw a little bit of plot of that first game. It's possible. I'll say immediately this feels a little better. She did not. It feels like Crash Bandicoot runs faster now. And that helps a good bit. But yeah, all boxes, all gems, all secret exits. Interesting. Slide jump is good. Oh, there's a slide? There's like a on B, there's like a slide. Was that in the first game as well? I didn't realize that. I don't know if this is the right way to do this. Not originally, but the collection added it. Okay, you know what? I didn't realize it was there, but that's authentic. Oh, by the way, anyone on the YouTube side, if you're wondering, there's also a Twitch side. I'm you know, if ever you're wondering who I'm chatting with, might be someone from the other side. Oh, there's like a plot here. What? I went counterclockwise. So, is this like open to an extent? Can you just do anything you want? Also, hey, it does just tell me how to do a slide now. Cool. Okay, this is the famous running away bit. Oh, these are mines. Don't step on mines. Checkpoint. I missed a fruit. That's fine. You have 5 levels to pick from at a time. Interesting. So it's like a world-based concept then. That's cool. And I assume you have to beat all of them before you move on. That's very cool. I'll say immediately this is a lot more appealing. You're right. This feels better. It feels snappier. Subtle things. I guess it's true that, like, in general. What does this do? What does Nitro do? Oh, Nitro's bad. Nitro's bad. Naughty Dog, who made this, they also made the Uncharted games. And Uncharted 1 is kind of a big mess. They really figured it out though for Uncharted 2, and this feels like a similar gap. Maybe not as huge, to be fair. What's this? Crystal? What does slide jump do? Do you get like extra height or what? Does look like it's taller. The god gets the crystal every level. Oh, so the crystal is like... Is the more height, gotcha. Is it like, Wario Land 4, where you have to get the key every level? That's just sort of why you're doing the level, is to retrieve the thing. Oh, that wasn't good. Gotcha, yes, okay. So this is sort of a Wario Land situation. There's like dash panels. Crash has been tricked into collecting the crystals for Cortez. That's fun. That's a fun way to do it. Is it obvious, like, from the jump? Like, if you paid attention to the story, that this is like a cartoon premise where the villain has misled the main character. You know, Cortez turns to the camera or something, goes like, "Little does Crash know that actually the crystals aren't what I just said." That's a good vibe. Crash is stupid as shit. Nice to know. I have 1 life left. That's not good. It's a little weird that it kind of looks like you're supposed to go from one to the other, but you can't actually do that. Do you get a 0 life? Yes, you do. Okay, cool. I'll say in general, running towards the camera is a... Fuck. Yeah, this level's kind of expected you to do the other 5 first. Gotcha. Running towards the camera is a little more awkward than running away from the camera. I think that's best.
No, Crash. I said bring me the crystals. Now, get back in there.
I'm gonna do one of the other ones first, how about? So, how do you know if you've gotten the crystals or not? Oh, hey, they're in the wall, okay. There's like these crystal things in the wall. Is this one? Let's go Snow Go. We came out of Turtle Woods in the first place, right? Let's go Snow Go. I'll also say this remake looks great. Like, visually, loving it. I would really like to try the 4th one, you know, the more modern one. Do you think nowadays are people really positive on that 4th one? It seemed like at the time everyone was really feeling it, you know? People hate 4? Oh wow, I thought that 4 was looked cool, I don't know. Certainly it looked more fun than 1 does. It has like a bunch of side characters. You're one of the few fans? Gotcha, okay. Okay, yeah. I thought it looked really neat, but not neat enough where I actually bought it. You understand? Oh cool, you can like, you can move on the ice using the slide. You're even just on it? Gotcha. Well, I'm sure that, like, level design counts for a lot, you know? Not just feature set and, how the characters play. I had no idea. I thought people were... Maybe, like, fans are down on it? What do I need to do here? Maybe, like, fans are down on it, but, like, journalists and such were okay. We're like, yeah, it's fine. Just keep moving? Okay. You know, that's just what you need to do in, like, a DKC as well. When you're faced with a situation like that. Suppose I could, internalize it. Oh, if you spin on a box with a bunch of apples in it, you don't get them? Huh. Okay, this is different. This one's different. This one, you gotta time it.
Game over.
Yes, I'll retry level. Didn't see any like, Oh, well, there's one right there. Were we actually farther in that level than I thought? Felt like we were near the start, but I forgot about this whole not 2D part. Oh, you know what? It was just a simple walk down to like a thing. I was towards the end. Bummer. Sure it wasn't like right here? Yeah, no, this is where we were. This is where we were. We're... Right. Not too bad. Not too bad, not too bad. Did it just give me a pity? A bit of health? I mean, I appreciate it. I think it's... I think that there should be these guys in general. In general, I think that if you're doing a checkpoint, you should always have at least one health. One collectible that gives you a health or a partner or whatever right after a checkpoint. In like a DKC, I feel like that is just best practices. In a Mario, same. In this, probably even more so. I don't know, that's just my rule of thumb. Unless you're doing like some weird like masochistic thing where it's like, oh, this is a big challenge. You don't even get a partner. But even then, I feel like in a traditional game, platform, like, no, just get them up to max, like, right near the start. In fact, I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't just start at full health. Like, basically every 3D platformer that exists nowadays, they almost all start you off at full health and have costumes just be like an extra thing on top of that, unrelated to health. You know, they still have power-ups, but it's like optional stuff. Hey, we got the thing.
Well done, Crash. I knew I could rely on you. Now listen carefully. These holograms are hard to maintain. During the course of my intellectual pursuits, I have stumbled across a force that threatened me.
Okay, I'm good. Which one should we do now? Should we do Hang 8 or the Pits? Let's do one more here. Hang 8 or the Pits? Which one would you recommend to give me a different, a different, like, taste of something? Is one of these like a water level or something? Should we see a water level? You don't remember them, though? You want to go with Hang 8? Okay, let's go. I might have seen a speedrun or two of some of these games. I remember there being swimming. I guess he can't swim. Maybe that was 4. Maybe that was 4 where he can swim. Aren't there, like, minigame levels, though, where you're, like, underwater or stuff like that? I think I've seen stuff like that. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, with scuba gear? Gotcha. Okay. Also, hey, we get a surfboard now. Can we not jump? Okay, so this is sort of a mini-game like bit. At the very least, we get to do something else for a bit. I guess the weird thing about this is... One thing about this is weird, is that it's not like this game has influenced nothing, but not like games like this, not like 3D platformers. The games that this has influenced are things like Temple Run, and in fact, looking around here, like, man, this has big Temple Run vibes, like a lot of these levels. Like, this must have been a big influence for Temple Run. What does that timer mean? Okay, I guess it meant nothing. Oh, I guess it's a race, isn't it? Just, it's a race. That's what that must mean. We didn't get there in time, so we weren't able to get a crystal. Oh, I guess we did. Never mind. You get a thing for beating the time? Oh, okay, that'd be like one of these other gems then. Gotcha. That was really short. Let's do the pits as well. I'll say I'm liking this a good deal. This is pretty alright. I should have known better than to do that. It feels better. The level design is a little more interesting. Levels get pretty wrong, but pretty wrong. Good series. It takes getting used to it, but when it peaks, it peaks. I can feel that, yeah. Pretty long, gotcha. No, I sort of figured that might be what you meant by from context, because I was saying level length. But no, I gotta read what's on the chat. I think that in general, honestly, even today, like, I say even today as if I played a Temple Run type game in the last 10 years since I got an iPhone originally. Honestly, I don't think I played a Temple Run since, like, my first iPhone. So I guess I can't comment on, like, modern Temple Run design. But this has a lot more... This has a lot more to it than, like, your average Temple Run type game. And I feel like, you could learn a little thing or two from this. If you were making such a game. Which is why they did do that. Probably, I guess, you know, if those games are simplified, it must be because, like, general market. Must be because, like, accessibility. If we die here, we'll move on to the next game. If we run out of lives here, we'll move on to the next game. Let me be more clear. Do you get like a life for getting 100? Good. Okay. Cool. Come on! Okay, calm down. These guys, they have things on their top, so you can't jump on them, but you can run into them. They're different from the guys with spikes on their sides. They look very similar, and I couldn't tell the difference when I saw one, but I've had a second to think about it, and yeah, I should hit the button. If I were designing this, I would make them two different colors. I'd make one... Fuck! Okay, I'm happy. It's pretty good. You know, I'll say, like, if the first game was, like, a 3 out of 5, it's okay. I don't know. This one is more, is at the very least a 4, maybe a 5, I don't know. I'd have to play more, really, to really know for sure. The Dark Souls of platformers, Etika once said. Gotcha. It is challenging. It is definitely challenging. Okay. That's Crash Bandicoot. I'll say going into this, the three games I mentioned were Crash Bandicoot, Ace Attorney, and Golden Idol. Let's play something else for a bit before getting to Golden Idol. I also mentioned Dusk Falls because this thing has been eating up 50 gigs on my Xbox whilst I have it on there just as a joke because I think it'll be funny to laugh at. I'm gonna... That'll be the next one. Let's do As Dusk Falls for, like, I don't know, while it's funny. Apparently there's 8 people viewing As Dusk Falls on Twitch right now. Go figure. As Dusk Falls, let's do this. Again, I'll say I'm gonna go into this with an open mind. Ah! What do you mean it needs an update? that a 50 gig update? God damn it. Thanks for clipping that, by the way. That's fun. That's cool. Hey, I appreciate it. Trainer Derek. I go back and clip up streams myself when I have time, but I'm like 6 months behind on that, so I basically have 8 months behind on that, so I have like 9 months behind on that. Last November was like 10 months ago, wasn't it? I'm like most of a year behind on that, so yeah, I don't know when that clip would be otherwise. It's such a pain to go back and look for clips. Oh, but it feels like I'll say like I recently started like a half a year ago started doing them, like converting them over to YouTube Shorts. So there is now reason to do that because those shorts do get a lot more traction than clips do for what it's worth, but it's still a process and it still is work, right? I have to get off the couch and devote energy devote energy to looking through VODs. Ooh, it's a whole thing. Yeah, it's complete in about 10 hours, 41 minutes. Is that right? Your buddy hits lots of home runs on TikTok. You can't be bothered, though. I should probably put my shorts on TikTok as well. I've just been a little bit resistant to the idea because I don't do TikTok. I don't view TikTok, so it's not really my scene. But I bet it would be twice as effective, maybe. I don't know. It'll be gone soon anyway. We'll see. I bet if it does go anywhere, it'll be replaced before too long. Okay, so that's a no-go. That's a no-go. Apparently it needs an update. I wish it and all these other games updated in the all the time I've given them to update. You know what I mean? Like all the time between streams. That would be handy. Maybe I should launch these like the night before and make sure that they work. Okay. How about we do... Oh, yeah, let me get to the group, so it's specifically Game Pass games that I haven't played yet. You couldn't get Squadrons to work when you tried to play it? Interesting, I should try that as well, but I'm thinking Botany Manor, just from the art and stuff, it kind of looks like a Witness type game. My understanding is that it's a puzzle game. 3 people are watching it on Twitch right now before I switched over, so that's interesting. Let's go ahead and try it out. I don't know what this is. I just saw a puzzle game. Looks nice. Let's do it. And hopefully while we're doing that, that bad game will download. The Tom Goes to the Mayor ass game. It takes place in the 1890s. 1890 in particular. There's a locked door. I need a key. Okay. What's going on here? There's a bunch of plants. Clippers. Oh, I can hit B to, maybe that's nothing, but there's stuff glowing over here. Maybe more of an artsy game than the last one. Thank you for submitting your book, Forgotten Flora. Please send this empty herbarium back to us once you have completed your research. Maps, grounds, fresh starts. Huh. So, what's the deal here? We were happy to have you back at Botany Manor. Hope you had a lovely trip. Something has happened since you were here last. Hope it doesn't affect your research today. Okay. Okay, so you can hit X to make interactable things appear. Good to know. So, do I just, like, look at flowers and stuff? At plants? My understanding is this is a puzzle game, so there must be a puzzle. Oh, door's open. I want to grow windmill wort to filter the smoggy air. I'll need to research the temperatures that it's good at. So sort of like a Viva Pinata situation. I'm trying to find the ideal circumstances for these different seeds. Okay. Pots. Soil, plant a seed, water seed. Okay. Get some soil in it. This is some sort of heat thing. I put it in the thing. A postcard. Windmill wort only grows in Sicily. Due to its bespoke temperature requirements, it rarely blooms. Okay, so Sicily. Postcard. It's all smoggy. I don't think that's a clue. So we need to know what biome in Sicily it's in. But that totally is. Okay, I think we got it. Like it's a volcanic flower from Sicily. So we know it is 60 degrees Celsius. Okay. So is that the game? You just look around for stuff and put the logic together? You can do a round of Pokemon Puzzle League once a year, but you struggle to get into other puzzle games. The puzzles genre is like weirdly diverse, you know what I mean? Like it has things such as this where it's like, okay, walk around and figure out the logic. Aha. Walk around and figure out the logic of how to plant your plants good. Where's the flower? I need a flower. I think we figured out how to plant the plant goods. Oh, I can dump out the stuff. Add soil, plant a seed. Okay, so you do it like this while it's at the seed station. Wait, water. I need to water it. And take it to the heat vent. There you go. I'll say, like, that tutorial isn't, like, the most exciting thing in the world, but I don't know, game looks nice. It has good vibes. This feels like a 4 out of 5 game to me. First impressions. I know it's, you're not really supposed to form like review scores out of like your first 5-10 minutes with the game. But also, like, I'm gonna be trying out like a bunch more Game Pass games today. And I always tend to come out of them going like, yeah, if I never play this again, I'm gonna put it down as a 4 out of 5. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to make some judgments. In my backlog, you know, games are weird because it's not like a movie, right? Where I do think on like a Letterboxd, whatever, anime site, you should probably finish the thing before you put on your review. Before you put a number on it. But I think with games, it's weird not to have like every game I've ever played not have a number. I'll say I'm really behind. I have like a backlogged account where I try to review all the games I've ever played. I haven't like actually done any work towards that end in like a year or two. Started as like a mid-pandemic thing where I said like, oh, you know what? It seems like Giant Bomb might be going away, so I should get my collection list off of that site. And also, you know what? I'm looking at these 10-year-old reviews. These are not in my current style. And I should rewrite them into something that I would be proud of. And I sort of petered out after 600 games. I should get around to that again and put some time towards that whenever I have like a minute to crank out a 500 character review. I don't know. At one point I was trying to do 5 a day. That was 2 years ago. And I'll say I have like existing reviews for all these that I can crib off of and use as a basis and you know, supplement my memory. My existing notes, my existing review. But, you know, it's a whole thing. Windmill Wort. I got a key. Currently researching. You can ring a bell. This looks really nice. I like the way it looks. Kind of like an idealized version of The Witness, to me, is how I would describe this aesthetic. There's no run button. Oh, there is! Yes, you hit left bumper and you can run. I was about to say there's no run button, and then I tried out the buttons, and yes, there is. You would have loved to join you like in our younger days, but whatever, dude. There's a cane. We can sit on a bench. I feel like there's prettier places to sit, you know? There's just hedges all around this, this seat. There's where we need to go. This seat. This is the seat for us. Nice rose bush over there. A blue flower bush over there. A pink flower bush over there. It's nice. I like these purple bushes. Purple is a nice color for plants. There's 2 benches here. 2 more benches. Lots of benches. Oh, I should hit X so I can see interactable objects. Maybe there's like a puzzle or something we can look at for another second. Maybe if we go inside, how about? I would like to see another puzzle before we move on to the next thing. Oh, this gotta be it, yeah. Right? There's another seed station. Train ticket. A blurry photograph. Of a flower. A dark photograph. Can't believe how quick we run out of flash powder. There's a successful photograph. Very pleased with this one. Nice. Okay, so Bulgaria. When I was caught in a terrible thunderstorm. I'm interested to learn more about its growth requirements. So you look around, you find like some. What is this? Why can you make like a concoction of magnesium and sulfur and potassium? I've been taking magnesium recently for like sleep purposes or something. I don't know, it seems like a good idea. I'll say, magnesium tastes horrible. Oh my god. It is not a good tasting supplement. Ugh. Barely get the things down. Really need to take a drink when I put it in my mouth. Those like funny pills. I don't know if it's doing anything. So Celtic tribes had a ritual to pick a flower in the woods, not just anyone. They had to find a Fulgaria, blooms during thunderstorms. Keeping a cool head while lightning flashes while striking right and left. Ultimate test of courage. That's an interesting property. So you find out things. Flash powder. That's maybe like relevant here. The flash of lightning is what causes them to bloom, I guess. So if I wanted to add a clue here, the photographs, the folklore book, the what was the letter from Farmer? I don't think that was one of them, but let's do this puzzle. We're like most of the way through, I guess. And we'll see about another game. Maybe that Tom Goes to the Mayor game is right out. Maybe it won't download. Spectacles. Instruction for how to make it flash. A seat to sit down on. Couches are nice. That's not relevant. Did it mention any, like, did this book mention any, like chemicals or whatever? No, okay. It's not like it's looking for, like, a fire and brimstone type odor. So, like, sulfur. Flash powder. Okay, so I still don't know what the chemicals are for, but curious if like it only bloomed in the last photo. Maybe it only bloomed in the last photo because of the flash. I feel like I've already figured out the puzzle here. I don't know that puzzle. Kind of already figured out the puzzle. Okay, maybe not all the puzzles. I don't know what's up with this tree. I don't know, like, where to find the next clue. I basically know, though, what to do. Oh, you know what? It's going to be ingredients. Potassium and magnesium. 2 to 1. 2 potassium, 1 magnesium. Potassium, magnesium, potassium. I feel like I haven't gotten all the clues, but let's see if we can bring this to like a quick close. Oh, hey, here's some more. Family tree. Okay. Dartmoor. Not relevant. Pyrophiles. Some pyrophiles only bloom while surrounded by the smoky aromas of their of their habitats. Not sure that's really relevant. Okay. Soil. Bulgaria. Water. Let's make this bloom. I think we got this. We know what needs to be done. Where does this go? Aha. Ready? Oh, haha. Load her up. And hey, we made it bloom. Okay. Yes. That's cool. I'll put that in there and, okay, the letter from Farmer was one of them. I don't know. This game's alright. I would give it a 4 out of 5. It's maybe a little not that exciting, but it's pleasant. It's cool. You know what's the exact opposite of Botany Manor? Gotta be Call of Duty, the last one. I hope that the campaign is here because that's what I'm looking to try out. I'm not. I don't know which one this is. Looking for the campaign, I think. I think that was included on Game Pass. Barely visible. There it is. It's barely visible. Yeah, you're safe to do whatever. Use my whole screen. Uh, TV? I'll say TV. I don't know what's best for everyone watching at home. I'm watching on I'm listening on headphones, but it's everyone's getting it, so I'm just gonna go like the most default. I don't think I need any of this. You know what? I think I can find... To play Call of Duty 3, you will need to log in with an Activision account. What? Okay. I'm not going to do that while on air. How about something else then? Let me... You know what? Let me... I'll do it. I'll do it. But I gotta pull the gameplay down for a second. Okay. Let me get an account created, and I'll try out Black Ops 3, I guess. I feel like they could have added like an older one to Game Pass first, or like a bunch. They could add like a bunch of the older ones. I guess this one is the most recent. I don't know. I'm not sure how new or not new this one in particular is. Making extra sure this is not on stream while I'm entering this password. I should probably enter an original password, just in case. That's a smart idea. Okay. Boop, boop, boo. You definitely can't tell what I'm typing. I hope. I'm double checking the screen. It's all black. Okay, good. It's all black. There's no... You can't see what I'm typing. Do not sign me up for all that bullshit. Oh, I already have an account. Okay. Let me log into it then. I don't remember having such an account, but I believe Activision when they say it's in there. There's a million games out. It's hard to remember when one makes you sign up for something if it's not like a super important thing to you. Let me check my any list. I have no I have no notes as far as what the password here is. So that's fun. I'll just try the most default one and see if that works. If I didn't write down what it was, maybe it's a... No, it's not that. Shit. Okay. Fuck. Forgot password. Oh boy, it opened the Edge browser. Oh boy. That's what I get for not writing this down in my app for remembering what passwords is. Excuse the dead air. I could throw to a break until I have this sorted out. Let's throw to a break. Break. Okay. I got it up. I got it logged in. Let's have a look at this thing. I believe this is the... Oh, I gotta hold down the button to skip. Don't play... Please, video game. Do not play licensed music at me. I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. It's not good for streaming purposes. I think we can use a little bit more volume. This is fine. What? What? Don't... What? What are you doing? I just want to try the campaign and play enough of it where I know if I like it or not. What? Shut up. Automatic, I guess. What the fuck? Get me out of here. Where is... Multiplayer. Zombies. What's hot? Where's the single player? Campaign. There we go. Okay. Finally. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. I'll say what I said earlier. I have not played a Call of Duty since Call of Duty 2, which is famously before they got good in Call of Duty 4. When I heard they got good in Call of Duty 4, I said, I don't know about that. I didn't really like 2 that much. It was very clunky and confusing where to go. I didn't really believe it got good, but as the years have gone on, it's clear it became some big cinematic thing. Back then, they were weird. You had to, like, follow objectives and know what you were doing. And it seems like the more recent games are more linear, more on rails, more just set piece based, rather than know what you're doing based. Let's try out this story, I guess. Since they are going to be on Game Pass into the future, assuming I still have Game Pass in the future, I might try out more of these games. But also, I don't know if they'll, I'll be all that interested. I don't know. I understand there's mature content. Let's just do it. There's a submarine. I'll say, I do remember, like, one of these recent Call of Duties was very disliked. The campaign did not impress people. I don't know if it was this one or the one before this one. Maybe this is not the best place to start in the franchise, but it's the one that they gave me for free as part of Game Pass, so, you know, go fucking figure. They want me to play a different one? Give me a different one for free then, shit. Ain't rocket science.
All teams, eyes on target, phase 1 complete.
Charlie copies, we're set.
Roger that.
I'm still thinking about Ace Attorney.
Patrol boat 2 o'clock. Get under.
Let me take the game audio down a bit. I think the dialogue is about as loud as I am, actually. Still thinking about Ace Attorney. That first case in Ace Attorney was really good.
Roger, no movement.
I could get that Ace Attorney collection on my Switch and have that as like a playing game, I guess. I don't know if that's really needed. If I really need it to be portable. It's not like I can play it while watching TV or anything, which is 90% of what I use portable stuff for these days.
Good hook. Let's get up top.
They're cool devices. The game looks visually impressive. I'm sure. I'm seeing it in 4K on my TV. It looks pretty good. I'd say pretty okay.
All teams, Alpha's on the axe.
I mean, it's really dark.
Bravo's over the DZ.
Hard to see that much. And like when that guy got shot, it's not like he. It was like. It was not like bloody, you know? I sort of wanted it to be more like a Verhoeven type thing. I don't know. I don't know what I expect from this.
Keep it quiet. Bravo is inbound. Solid copy. Move to set.
The walk speed is very slow.
Bravo inbound.
Shooting feels okay. The running is also very slow.
All teams, Bravo's on deck. Push it up.
There's been like weird stuff with like mobility in this series, right? Where like, oh, some of the
Phase 2.
more... It went into like space stuff for a while and had things like jetpacks and double jumps and things of that nature. Dashes. I guess in more recent games like this one, it's like, nah, it's gonna be like more realistic. And crap.
Descending stairwell, south side.
All shooters be advised, enemies launching an attack bird. Copy, we're heads up. Odds are going on. Charlie, go for distraction.
This doesn't... I'll say it. This feels like a very average, shooter. Unremarkable. Shooting the guns doesn't feel super good. The enemies are pretty boring.
Roger windows!
I don't like the colors that much. I'm sure that like there's gonna be some sort of cool moment here, but just on a basic level, when you shoot dudes, it doesn't feel like remarkably good. So there's that. Oh right, it's like a cover. Is this supposed to be like a cover game? Like a cover shooter?
All shooters be advised, enemies
You know, I don't know. I feel like...
Copy, we're heads up. Odds off.
Yeah, no, this isn't like a cover-based game or nothing. This is a... You left trigger, right trigger. You basically run and gun. Okay, I can't see dudes as clearly without the night vision goggles.
Targets in the window.
Roger windows!
There's been a lot of games, a lot of shooters that feel better than this. Like 1,000 times better. You know, like Syndicate.
Check your targets, 2-1. Waiting on you
Is that a
on
good
that
guy? Oh, the good guys are dressed the same as the bad guys are.
Entry point is
In
back to the casino.
nondescript clothing.
2-1, pop the hatch now. We gotta move.
Locate prisoner, whatever.
Enemies
The
incoming, get on the
waypoints are
ground.
very small and hard to see.
Bravo. Alpha's in the tunnels. What's your status? Outside the control room. Waiting on
I
you.
mean, I guess I'll say
Copy.
the obvious,
Stand by.
which is that how can I criticize the game? How can I pass judgment on this? Being like, yeah, this is kind of a very whatever feeling game that doesn't feel good.
Roger.
If I don't don't mention that, like, this campaign is hardly the main mode. You know, I couldn't see a cool thing because I was not in night vision.
Use the inmates for cover when we kick off the riot. Roger, guards on way. Clear. More in the cell blocks left side. Smoke them. Hold. Stay high. Kill those flashlights.
Bravo, kick off the riot.
Roger. Opening blocks 1 through
There's
4.
like a million other games I can name that are like, that feel good to shoot in.
Check the next cell block.
Neon White. Neon White is a game that feels good to shoot in. When enemies go down, it feels satisfying. It feels tactical. It feels fast-paced and fluid. Titanfall. Any number of like what's the game where it's Axiom Legends. Shit, there's tons of games that feel really good to play.
Contact.
And this feels like decidedly average. With some amount of like, oh, you're rappelling down. As like, which almost feels like it's just there because like, oh, we need something to make it stand out. Because we've done like missions where you run around and shoot guys all the time. Hey, Corn. I'm playing the first Call of Duty I've played since Call of Duty 2. Because it's free on GamePass. So I have it. I'm not terribly impressed so far. It doesn't feel particularly good for a shooter.
Contact. Clear.
I think I would rather play Perfect Dark Zero than play this as it is now. Is that cruel? Well, I'll say Perfect Dark Zero is weird. It's hard to know where you have to go in Perfect Dark Zero. The whole mission design in Perfect Dark Zero, I think, really does hurt it a lot and make it below average, mediocre as a game, but I do think it's fun to shoot the guns in that game, which makes it a little better than this. Maybe we'll get a gun that's more fun to shoot.
Alpha's on target, stand
Maybe there's better guns in this.
Flare. Step into the light.
This is clearly a series that has been in decline for a while, and I'm gonna hazard a guess here and say, like, if this was the original Modern Warfare 3, maybe I would come away with a better impression. You know, there's probably a bunch of other games in this series that are way better than this one. But this is the one that Xbox gave me as part of Game Pass, so...
Любой план зависит от его выполнения.
Yeah. Let's see a little more of this mission. And I think it would only be fair if I looked at the multiplayer and tried playing a little bit of it. But I'll say, as someone who's never played Call of Duty Online, I gotta imagine I'm going to, it's gonna be a struggle out there.
Рад видеть вас обоих. Тебя тоже.
Что вы добились в этой камере?
Это только верхушка.
I will say the obvious. I think it's ridiculous that they made a new game called Modern Warfare 3 that has nothing to do with the previous Modern Warfare 3. And the same thing of Modern Warfare 1 and 2. Like, it's not a remake. It's just a reboot. And, you know, as they make sequels to the reboots,
We head up the elevator and walk out the hangar.
I got, let's see. These guns look pretty much the same to me, but whatever. Wait, how many guns do I have? Hybrid, rival, 2, okay. Normal. Let me try out this other gun. Shotgun. Let's try out a shotgun. A shotgun will be more fun. Not really. Not really more fun, no. Kinda... I guess it killed those enemies pretty fast, but didn't really feel like all that impactful. You know, it didn't feel like it had punch. I don't know. I'm sure it's something subtle, right? Like how do you make shooting feel good in a game? Oh, that's a fun animation that's got me killed. I would have rather if I just kicked the dude, like I was a space marine or something. Silly animations. Probably not, what I really wanted there. I don't also I'll say I'm not a big fan of like oh, I guess do I have a health? No, I don't. I definitely do not have health. It is a strawberry jam situation. Not a big fan of that. I like health and being able to run and gun a bit more freely. All these guys look the same to me.
Clear. Alpha 2-1 to Charlie. Actual secure, we're moving to Expo. Приготовиться.
Kind of waiting to see something exciting. But so far, it's just a bunch of dudes in military gear talking. Let me give them a little more volume.
Copy, stand by. Охрана блокирует Браво наверху. Задерживаем вертолет.
Little less. Right there.
Скоро поднимутся зэки, чтобы отвлечь охрану. Это наш шанс. Задержка увеличит риск.
I heard great things about, like, the original Modern Warfare games.
The guards or the prisoners.
And I hazard a guess that they are still...
Which is it? Neither. Yes, Andrei, very good.
I have no idea what he was asking about.
By those who seize it. Молодец, воин. Покажите это своими действиями. За мной.
All stations, we got an MC nest active on the watchtower.
Arthur up, requesting immediate fire on the courtyard tower. How copy?
Roger that. Raptors inbound. Raptor to ground. Target acquired. Danger close.
Okay. You can sort of slide. Apparently there's like a guy like shooting. Definitely will kill you guns. All around.
Direct. Target destroyed.
Requesting immediate fire on the courtyard tower.
So I need to stand back while the lights are on. Run while the lights are off.
Danger close.
Copy, rain fire.
Shot down, 5-2. Direct. Target destroyed.
Get to the top.
I don't know who I'm supposed to shoot. It's all dark. Everyone looks the same. I guess there's stuff happening. There's a guys in a truck. I don't know if they're good or bad. I guess they're bad. Or maybe I'm bad. Maybe we're the bad guys here. Let's get the fuck out of here. This is boring. Boring mission. Let's, before we leave Call of Duty and I delete it from my hard drive and save, yes, all of that. Before I delete it from my hard drive, never to re-download it again, I should probably try out, like, one multiplayer mode, considering it'd probably be unfair to say, like, this is a 2 out of 5 game without playing its main fucking mode. It recommends arcade. Or small mosh pits. Mosh pit of modes on small maps. Let's try a small mosh pit, or whatever. It says that they're all recommended. Fine by me. I have no experience playing any, like, actual Call of Duty. I played some other games, though. I, like, played Titanfall and games that are inspired by Call of Duty. So that's cool. Let me just check with the audio. Voice chat volume, let's just take that to 0. Turn it off as well. Beautiful. Okay. Cool, cool. I don't want to hear anything of this, what anyone has to say. So, is this team deathmatch? Okay. I'll say I've never played this franchise. No idea what I'm doing. You run around and you shoot guys, and it'll probably have pretty quick time to death. I would like a shotgun. Okay. What? This isn't a shotgun. Maybe I was just too late in choosing a thing. I'll follow this guy around. Guy got behind me and shot me. What can you do? That was a bad guy.
Taking effective fire!
I do think it is bad design in games like this when the only differentiation between enemy and friendly is like a red dot above head versus a blue dot. That is just the worst design, I think. That is just bad design. And if it's, you know, to allow for dumb cosmetics that could make you look whatever. Yeah, kill the guy. Yep. Did I kill another guy there, or what the fuck? How do I switch,
I'm getting lit up, man.
loadouts here? Wait, I am the guy with... I don't... I don't see a shotgun. I don't have a... Is this a shotgun? Confused about that. This is very much not a shotgun. And fusing. I also have a grenade I could use. I don't know. This game seems to move pretty fast for grenades to be effective. I guess it's one of those things where you just need to be like go. We can use a little tactics, I guess. You know, like if we're being shot at, retreat and like look back where they're coming from and try to shoot them. Like a weird amount of latency between like pulling up the sights and shooting the guns. I don't know. I'll say this feels better than the single player did, where I don't know, like it was just entirely unsatisfying to shoot any of the guys in the campaign.
Target down!
But it's not like good. I would describe it as, if I were to have like one emotion right now, it'd be, man, I wish I was playing something more interesting. Something that felt better. Like a Halo? Like a Halo Infinite? Or like a Splitgate? Or like any number of team-based arena games. You know what I mean? I'm sure some of those games, they don't have like distinct teams or anything of the sort. You know, they also rely upon the things on top of heads. Take the volume down, just do scotches here. Because it's proximity based, so of course it's going to be louder while it's... Oh, God. I'll try out one of these other classes, maybe. Now I have a pistol. Now I have a sidearm. That guy was lagging a bit. Also, maybe this, like, this gun doesn't seem as good. I might as well just use the pistol, except the pistol is bad. I never really get how you're supposed to use this kind of gun. I guess because it takes a while to need to reload.
Friendly UAV online. The enemy holds the lead. Clock ticking.
Let's switch to... I don't know this one. Okay, that was pretty close.
Return to base.
I'm happy saying this thing is either a 2 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5. That multiplayer does not impress me. It is average at best. And with the campaign being kind of shit, do I need to, like, quit or something? With the campaign being like shit, and not feeling good. Yeah, that's at most like a 2 out of 5, or maybe a 3 out of 5 if I'm being generous. Let me reclaim 100 and whatever gigs from my my thing. Oh, I should have kept it because then it won't appear in my this quick resume list anymore. Where's Ace Attorney? Did I close Ace Attorney? Well, whatever. We'll have to remember that that was one of the games that we played at the end, I guess, if I'm summing up at the end. Here's here's a pivot. All-Star Brawls, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2. Here's a pivot. I heard this game is, like, much better than the first one. I didn't care for the first one. I didn't like the way that it felt. When I played it with a friend, I played it for a bit, and then I said, hey, how's the volume? Looks fine on my mixer, whatever. It just sounds a bit loud, I guess, because of the... It's not really, though. I played it a bit with a friend, with a viewer, with Buckets, who has sometimes appeared in chat. Subscriber, you know, that sort of thing. And this was like before I was a streamer, I think. You know, the first game was. And I said to him, I said, you know, we should play Rivals of Aether. Let me tell you about Rivals of Aether. And I convinced him to buy Rivals of Aether. I will say at the time I didn't have the PC version, so I convinced him to buy the Switch version. Probably should have bought the PC version because of the workshop support, but whatever, we had some fun. And that basically is my my experience with the series thus far. My understanding, though, is that this game sort of... Is there, like, training mode? My understanding... Let's do some... Is that this game sort of expands on some basic ideas and adds some actually compelling mechanics, such as, like, some sort of meter type situation. Ooh, I need to change these, buttons. Where... Okay, I need to change this control scheme. I can't. Profiles? Okay. Late attack on A. Charge attack. Put that on Y. Special attack on X. Jump on B. Block can be R. Grab can be RB. Slime, sure. All looks fine. Okay. Just 2 buttons needed fixing. Double tap for dash. What is it for smash? It's just like a single dash, right? So what is it if you don't? If you have it off, how do you dash? Tap, jump, off, short hop, macro. Sure. Light attack, yes, yes. That is generally how I like to do it. Okay. Okay, let's just review a little bit.
Hi, I'm Spongebob. Swinging!
Okay, can you not, I set up a profile. Can I not use a profile in the single player mode? That's not great. That's not great right there. But whatever. Online, my profile. Okay, that's nothing to do with the profiles. That's great. Game design there. Let's see now. Profiles. Rule sets. Okay. I'll say my weird bias is I like 2. I like 2 stocks rather than 3. I like to get in more battles because then I can switch characters more. Because I like playing as multiple folks. Let me try out the squads mode like single player. That's how we'll get a feel for this business. What Nintendo or Nickelodeon level do I want? Geez, it's been a while since I've connected to anything Nickelodeon. Rewatching Steven Universe, that's Cartoon Network. Different entirely. Ah, Iroh is money, as is Zuko. That sucks. If they're gonna give me a game for free, give me all the characters too. I would like to play as Iroh. Whatever, there's other new characters here, right? New to this particular one. Like, maybe Mechaplankton. I'm gonna say Garfield with DLC. I'll try the Angry Beavers. Azula or Korra? Korra was in the first game, I think. Azula is new. These guys can all be random. let's go with like level 7. We'll put the last one on level 9, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how good this computer player is. Let's get a feel for this. Okay. I like, by the way, squad-based modes. I really like the Squad Strike mode in Smash Ultimate. I think it's a damn shame that that isn't available online. This character feels really slow. Guess he is a heavy. Well, my first impressions as someone who is big into Rivals of Aether is that, and Smash Brothers, is that, man, this to me doesn't feel good. Maybe it's this guy being like really abominably slow, but like all the moves are really jerky. The movement does not feel good. The thing to say about Smash Brothers is that even the biggest, heaviest characters move really fast and fluidly and feel good to play. You know, like Donkey Kong can run around at full speed. So can, like Bowser. Bowser is weirdly fast. It's great. You know, like your Gandorf. Even someone like him will be like charging across the map all wild, all big and strong. That's good. We could probably give a little more volume. Yeah, that'll be fine. And I believe this one will be the level 9. Not that all that impressive. But gotta stock off, that's fine. Let's see about these angry beavers. Oh, I guess they're like a, they're like Pyra and Pyrus, you know, Mithra and Pyra in Smash Brothers. One of these is gonna be like a heavy, it's gonna be like a, if this was really well designed, one of them would be for getting damage, and the other one would be for finishing. I don't know. As I understand it, there is like a meter system where you can burn meter for effects. That is a cool thing to add to this sort of game. Oh, hang on, there's a campaign. We should, I'll try the campaign real fast before I do like an online thing. What is this? I'll try one of these. So this is like a subspace emissary type thing, is it?
Let me show you, Patrick.
And they got the voice actors to do voices for it. That's cool. That's a cool thing to like pay for. Is that a thing? Is that a character's ability? Kind of looks like the
Patrick, I didn't even get to show him my best bubbles.
America Chavez from Marvel.
You there. Come through.
Who are you?
No, but there's no time to...
If that's what I need to...
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much of the more recent Nickelodeon stuff. It's interesting. Wait, are you serious?
Wrong world. Enter this other portal. We need to go somewhere else.
Can you not use your fucking profile, your custom moveset in the campaign? Are you fucking kidding me? I like having jump on A, or on B on Xbox. that just makes sense in my head. What was that? That was jank. I guess it's only one button that's different, one button that's wrong. Maybe it's fine. That said, jump is a pretty important button. I don't like the way this feels. But also, like, I'll say, playing Rivals 2, I kind of feel the same way. Maybe I'm picky because, like, you know, Smash Ultimate and Rivals of Aether are two of the best feeling games that there are. So, like, you take a game that is, like, just feels okay, and by comparison, it just feels wrong. It doesn't help that I can't use my controls in this single-player mode. My understanding is that you... some sort of super move on L. I'll say, I haven't really tried out the other, you know, I was gonna say, it's kind of weird that Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon both have their own games like this, technically, insofar as a bunch of Cartoon Network characters are in multiverses, such as, whatever. Let's get out of here. I'll try out a little bit of the online just to see, like, against a real person, how does it feel? You know, at the very least, they can show us that if you get the hang of how the game... Get the fuck out of here. If you get the feel for how the game feels, then it'll probably be... You can probably make it work for you, but... Ugh. Let's do it 1 versus 1 and hope it's serious style. This game doesn't have, like, items or whatever, right? It's just regular for glory style. I mean, the maps are not for glory. Let me pick, like, one that's pretty standard. Maybe they'll do the same. I don't know. I'll pick a Zuzu. Wait. Profile 1. How do I make Profile 1 the default profile? This game seems like it has some quality of life issues. Some rather serious quality of life issues. In addition to the fact that it doesn't feel particularly good.
Got some bad news.
I thought, like, the first one of these was, like, a 2 out of 5. Is this game significantly better? I don't know. If these characters were workshop characters, it's like a weird delay before you, if you pull up a shield, maybe there's not, I don't know. What is this hitbox? Come on. This stage, my god. Also, this is not a stage suitable for smashing. What the fuck, 4 stocks? Absurd. If this game, this character was a workshop character in Rivals of Aether, I would say that they were bad. Like, okay, they got, they don't feel particularly good. Their moves are uncreative. Like, okay, it's got a fireball. She's got a fireball. Reasonably short range. Okay, so you can enhance stuff with the meter system. These moves don't seem like they combo all that well into each other. That's like the mark of a really good character, right? Where, like, they have some stuff to put together some combos, you know, some... The hell was that? Hitbox shit. The fuck? How far does that blast zone go anyway? Are they, like, intangible while they're falling? And what the fuck? One of the cool things about a Smash-type game is that, like, you put them into the air, and then you follow up and hit them where they are. Maybe these hitboxes are just weird, and I just would need to get used to them. Okay. You know what? Hey, that was like half a combo. That was almost a combo. But I'll say I'm not really feeling it. Okay, that's like a 3 out of 5. I could give it up to a 3 out of 5. I think that it's like got some better side content than the first game. But it's also a bit crap. It's still very crap, still has a lot of quality of life type issues. Yeah, that's a thing. Let me go into my groups here, and we'll find another game. Yes, I think it is time to try out that, As Dusk Falls. Let's try out As Dusk Falls. I have, since this game came out, thought of it as kind of a joke. You know, it's a prestige game that is sort of built with the same sort of style as Tom Goes to the Mayor, which, if you don't know, is a ridiculous comedy series where cut-out, monochrome people sort of do some ridiculous skits, and they're sort of animated through like still frames, going things like you know, dialogues happening as they have thing, and they go like this, that, It's all very. I know how to start game. I don't need you to read to me.
Would you like to enable narration? No.
No, please don't. Oh, also, let me see. Broadcast mode. Yes. Oh, no, that's not it. I mean, I could do that, I guess, but not really interested in that. What I need is, let me see. Make sure there's no, like, streamer mode as far as, music goes. Doesn't look like it, so hopefully it's good. Let's play solo. You can play using our free mobile app. What? What? Hi. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Why was it checking that? For, like, content? I just want to use my controller to play, yes. Make decisions. Highlight your favorites. Decisions. Quick actions. Swipe on the thing. Ooh, do like cut quick time events. I mean, I'll say this game could be okay. I don't know. It could be like Until Dawn.
Not so long ago, I wanted to be a journalist. Now, I just want to hold my breath and sink. Not because I want to black out, but for the calm that comes beforehand. When thoughts die and memories drown.
Okay.
90 seconds.
A little more volume.
That's about how long it takes for me. And suddenly, it's like none of it ever happened.
A little more volume, yeah. And I'll be good. Okay.
Daddy, are we gonna play?
Sorry, Pumpkin. You bet we're gonna play.
I'm sorry,
I'm an
these...
expert, but are you sure you've looked at everything?
Trust me, I got this.
Oh my god. I'm not only just thinking about Tom Goes to the Mayor, I'm also looking at this and thinking about the Dragon Ball Z movie game. I saw like a Giant Bomb quick look of it once, and the art style is like very, very oddly similar. Big truck. And also consisted of a lot of still frames that are questionable when you see them.
How about the exhaust pipe?
That's where all the smoke
Clearly,
comes
like,
out. And it's gray.
drawn out, the rotoscope. They rotoscoped a little bit, and it looks not great.
The next level.
What's the next level?
I would describe this style as, like,
If I don't get it on the first
feels
try,
uncanny.
you win the whole game.
Like an AI made it.
Okay. Let me just have one last look around.
That's what it feels like to me.
Ready?
You have to, like, scroll over to the thing.
Okay. Shoot.
How many stars are on my backpack?
I don't know. 7. I don't give a fuck. I'm okay being wrong.
7?
Nope, it's 6. I win! I win!
Oh, did I doze off?
Mommy, I won!
You did? Great job, Love Bug. I'm proud of you.
Kinda looks like H-Bomber guy.
Come on, back in the car. We still got 45 states license plates to spot.
I really don't like how these characters just, like, teleport around.
Hey.
That just looks terrible.
You.
They sort of fade out from their
You doing
one
okay?
position and
Yeah,
fade into
sure.
the next one.
It's,
Tom Goes to the Mayor looks
I'm fine.
better than
We're
this. Let me say. I feel like
Why are you
comparing
back in
this
here
to Tom
again?
Goes to the Mayor
It's not
is
fun.
giving
Just a
Tom
moment.
Goes to the Mayor too little credits. It is like snappy as it goes from one frame to the next, as they're like saying ridiculous things and like making silly faces.
All this time, I thought you were my grandpa.
how far'd you walk? I was worried you got lost.
Oh, just to the tree. You know dogs. They think they're the ones.
I probably should turn on subtitles. I don't know. Subtitles on. Apply them. I hate these Destiny-ass menus that they have nowadays. I have to tap A to start the car.
All right, crew, buckle up. I want to make it to Albuquerque before we stop for the night.
Fucking face.
You're listening to Drive Time on KMPW, Flagstaff's first and finest. It's another beautiful Arizona afternoon. And
So, like, did something happen in this, or is it just... I'll say I have no idea what the plot is here, other than you're a family, a wholesome, regular family, going on a road trip.
So, what's next? License plate game? Another round of row your boat?
She fell asleep halfway through your solo. You definitely get first prize for keeping her entertained.
I am not entertaining.
I am shepherding. You are my flock, and I plan to herd you to St. Louis in high spirits.
Nice try.
Wasn't taking the scenic route your idea? I wanted to do this trip at 30,000 feet.
Yeah, this is,
I'm not complaining about the drive. I'm just trying to picture Vince living in the Midwest.
This is like a crappy movie that you would never watch, that you have to interact with. You can't speed up the dialogue because it's like all cutscenes. You would never watch this movie. It's terrible to look at.
Let's just pretend this is
Pretend it's a vacation.
Family trip, Route 66. We collect a few pressed pennies, and then back to Sacramento.
Vince, we can't. That's not our life anymore.
Look, I'm just trying to stay positive.
I wish I was watching Tom Goes to the Mayor. That's funny.
My new job?
Yeah, I know how you feel, my man. Okay, book 1, Collision.
Couldn't make me
Please.
work for a pet food company if it was the only job left in the country.
Jim, I don't think that's helping.
10,000 bucks. You should have gone for the jugular. Sued those bastards at the airline the way they pinned that thing on you. Not signed some settlement paper.
I haven't signed it yet.
But you still want to, right?
Uh-huh.
I know it's your call.
He
but
really does look
it's time to
like
put this whole
a
thing behind us.
slightly older H-Bomber guy with hair. That's H-Bomber guy to me. I need time to think.
Give me a little space on this one, okay?
Of course.
The fact that it's all like still frames makes that 1,000-year stare
Vince
look
was a
even
good
more
kid, but
uncanny.
he always did let people walk all over him.
More just
Small,
like
asked me to
dead
buy him
inside.
cheap action figures, saying
No matter
he
what
was
they're
saving
doing,
kids at school.
all these characters
What was
look
I
dead
like in high school, huh?
inside because they're
Ouch.
static, unmoving.
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
If you two
And
didn't
maybe
want
that's
to
the
come, you
idea.
could've said so.
Zoe wanted you to come.
Maybe they're depressed. What's with this fucking... Stay out of it. What's with this fucking
Well, Zoe appreciates me.
vibration?
No one else does. Oh, look at her
I don't care.
face. She wouldn't dream of making an old man feel he wasn't.
Yay! Something's happening! I can mash the A button. If I do that, we're going to survive.
Zoe!
Are you okay, Pumpkin?
What happened?
She's just shaken, I think.
Great. Hey, thanks for coming back. If you give me
Learn how to drive, asshole!
Are you kidding me?
Country kids. Or the desert version.
Who is at
We're
fault?
still in
I don't
one
know.
piece.
Two Rock, Arizona.
Man.
I wouldn't
look at
want to
his
watch
face.
those
I
birds.
hope he didn't see our license plate.
Nah. Stupid fucker was too busy yelling into the wind.
I don't care these people either. This looks like they spent some money on it.
Ugly as hell. These houses all look the same to me.
Jay, you ready?
Jay! What? Head out of the clouds, little bro.
That dude looks like Ferris Bueller's
He'll pull his weight.
friend, you know,
Look, this is just like we talked about.
but
There's
more
enough
naive
cash in that safe to put the last few weeks behind us.
and
We
more
stay
dead
alive,
inside. Everyone is
keep the
dead
house,
inside
Everything goes back to normal.
in this. Who lives here?
You haven't told me whose house this is.
It doesn't matter who. You're always out skulking in the woods, climbing trees and all that. We all know you're good at it. And you want to help the family, right?
You know I do.
Then here's your chance. Hop that fence and find a way in.
Whoa. Does Ma know you took that?
Nope. But someone's
Imagine if you turned on streamer mode. If I had turned on streamer mode, I'd have literally nothing to do other than like QuickTime events.
The code. Jay can read.
Like every time a choice came up, I'd be like, assuming there were enough people to vote and make it like interesting. I'd be like, oh, everyone go for truck. Go for truck, everyone. But otherwise, it'd be fucking nothing. Oh, this guy is a scoundrel. He's doing some breaking and entering. There's a dog. Oh no, not a dog. What the fuck? Talk to the dog. Hey, Papa. Hey, Papa, what's up?
Hey, your name's Cletus, right?
What are you doing? Don't get closer!
I get it.
Don't get closer!
Just protecting your turf.
You fucking idiot.
That's what we're doing here, too. In a way.
I'm a guard dog, dude.
Okay. I just need something from inside.
Dude, do you not understand the Okay. Okay, he's a nice dog. I don't know why he's tied down. I mean, fucking, there's a fence around the whole facility. I mean, maybe he'd go in the pool, but I'm pretty sure.
Open up. Or maybe it's the big bad wolf.
Not funny.
You get in okay?
He has a dog, but I got past.
What's that? Idiot.
This is not very funny. Let's move on. Let's play a game that's fun and funny, and that game is too full of itself. I'll say that much. It's far too full of itself. It's ugly to look at. The way that it's animated is cringe, and yeah, I wonder if anyone did get into it. It's funny that it has all these features that suggest like, oh man, we could be like a Until Dawn type game where you play it live and your decisions matter. And I'm really just not convinced that is there. And even if it was, would you really be interested in like rewatching that, but with a different person behind the wheel? Like, oh, well, this streamer fucking tried to sneak past the dog that already saw him. What's up with that? And another streamer did the opposite. How about that? No. We need something. We need something like, cool. Now, after that one, let's go to, I have no idea if this is cool, but Warhammer 40K Boltgun. I played one Warhammer game before, Space Marine, from like 10, 15, 20 years ago? How long ago was that? It was 360 era, so probably like 15 years or so. That was a fun, dumb shooter where you didn't have to worry about cover because you're a fucking Space Marine. Middle Skull? Until Darkest Skull. Okay, so like, that's it for me. Let's go with that. I cannot move them into the edges, so I guess that'll have to do. Take this down a scotch, just in case. I guess I could do that in game as well. Whatever, it's a balance. Let's see what this is. I'm expecting a dumb action game, a shooter where you run around and shoot dudes and maybe it feels good. Oh, it's like Doom's. It's like retro style. Ooh, this is cool. Let's try it. Well, low does appear to be the default setting, but on the other hand, in reality, medium is usually the default.
Nothing.
This has a lot more style to it than I expected. Somehow I expected this to be Warhammer for Space Marine, but this is like.
To assist my investigations into a world that has already felt.
This is some sort of throwback.
Graia has been under the close watch of the Inquisition since the.
Has like a LucasArts old-fashioned adventure game type style. LucasArts. What's the other one from the 90s? It kind of reminds me of a 90s adventure game in style, but clearly this is some sort of Doom type game. What is this? I got a punch. It's a little weird. I have a grenade that I can use. Chain sword activation required. Okay, so I can rush at guys with LZ. With LZ, geez. Left trigger. This is cool. It feels good to chainsaw dudes. Looks like there's some sort of button prompt that appears on screen. I'm not sure if that's like a get in a double hit type thing. This is much cooler than Call of Duty. I'll say that straight up. Like, I haven't gotten a gun yet. Haste required. One with... I'm confused. It said run. Oh, hold down to run. That's weird. Can you make that so it's a tap? Let me see. Controls. Right, we already looked at the controls. The gameplay controller. Move the buttons around. Let's see now. Nah. I guess it's just you have to hold down the button. You have to hold down the stick. I do think generally it's best practices to make it so that the stick is a click rather than a hold, because it's not that comfortable to hold down a stick, but whatever, it's fine. Activate navigation guide with that button. Okay, cool. So you can get a waypoint. This suggests it's gonna be kind of a Doom-style game where you're running around and getting stuff. Suddenly very loud. I'm gonna take it down a scotch. Might have been very loud there. Or, you know, loud compared to me. I have a gun now. Let's shoot guys. I'll say this sensitivity is terrible. Let me see. Look sensitivity. Double it. Give me maximum. Give me can you not like do? Okay, I want a nice even 170. How's that? Okay, that's a little better. Guess that'll have to do. Yes, it's working. It's like a weird slow-mo. When you shoot guys, there's like health being dropped. When you go to use the chainsaw, like slows down for a second. You know, a Space Marine is exactly the same sort of character as a Doom Marine, right? Like a big, hulking, basically a walking tank. Unstoppable, with powerful weapons that lay waste to everything before him. Very, very suitable pick. Let's do another level of that. This is fun. This is good. This is, I would say, at the very least, 4 out of 5. A very nice throwback with tons of style, and it feels reasonably good. I'll say, like, the way that the aim works on this controller is not 100% ideal, right? I've played shooters where it feels better adapted to console controls. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a PC version that's better than this, because it can use a mouse and keyboard, and it's probably designed for that. But this is dumb fun, it's stylish, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised I didn't hear about this last year. This was a game last year that came out. I guess that's always a thing, you know, even when there are people trying to think about, like, oh, what's every game that could and should be looked at for Game of the Year type purposes. You know, there's gonna be games that fly under the radar, and games that were even, like, if you are someone who's... You know, I don't know if this would have made my top 10, honestly. But, like, I can see someone who's into Doom and plays it on a PC for this absolutely being in their top 10, maybe even their top 5. I am saying that, you know, it was a year that, it was a year that had a Zelda in it, right? Was that last year? Was last year Zelda? Zelda and Pikmin? Jeez, time flies. I feel like I'm forgetting a year, but I don't think I am. I need the waypoints. I feel like I'm forgetting a year here, but also I don't think I am. That was this year. What? That was last year, wasn't it? Tears of the Kingdom. Hell of a fucking game. The year before was Neon White, and I feel like the year before last didn't really have, like, a good one answer to what is the game of the year. You know, didn't have, like, one or two everyone agreed on. I say that maybe as someone who didn't care for whatever the game was, that was, like, the critical darling, maybe. Maybe there was one such game, but I was very middle on it, so, you know, it wasn't my game of the year. So I was like, Tunic or this or that or the other thing. I don't know. I could take and pick any of them that year as the #1 choice. Ended up on Neon White, which I'll say is fucking great. I really enjoyed the hell out of, but, you know, was it a Was it like an obvious choice? No, I had to think about it a lot. I'll also say last year, it's not like Zelda was like the unrivaled #1. In fact, some places went for the other one that was very popular, the Baldur's Gate 3. Not my jam though, I don't think. Every time I saw gameplay of that, it kind of put me to sleep. Which, you know, that's generally a sign I can take that I don't need to buy the game, or I don't want to buy the game, you know, if I'm just bored watching it. Conversely, if I watch a game and I'm excited and interesting and, like, I'm really low health right now, and engaged, that's a good sign that, of the other thing, that I should buy it and get into it, even if it's not something that traditionally has held sway with me. You know, not traditionally something I've been into. Okay. I'm low on health, but that's fine. Guess my main weapon is the Boltgun. That's why the game is called Boltgun. A little worried given the health situation. But let's try playing safe a little bit. Okay, there's limits to how safe you can play. And our autosave is with 4 health. So yeah, I'm not sure we can do it. Wasn't there health right there? Oh, you know what? It's when you kill enemies, they leave behind health. So we just need to kill some enemies. Collect what falls from it. From them. Okay. Oh, jeez. Well, I'll say design-wise, I do think it's smart to have it so that health is tied to killing enemies. Difficulty-wise, I would love it if there were, like, some big health pickups to find in addition to that. I don't know. Let's try pushing up in this direction. One more try. I think we got a good taste of what this game is. Also, maybe like a little more chainsaw action. No. Does the chainsaw like not give you health back or something? If they died through a chainsaw, is that like... Does that consume their health? I think I got a health pick up there. It's weird how you can... Oh, I just restarted. Okay. I'm happy right now. I enjoyed this. I would say, yeah, that's like a solid 4 out of 5. Seems really cool. I think I have some of the same issues I have with all Doom style games insofar as like, yeah, you can get lost. You can end up not sure like how to actually deal with enemies in a way that is good. You know what I mean? Like in a way that makes sense and lets you get through them. Like, do you just shoot them faster, or what the fuck? What's the deal? What's the plan here? I don't know. I'm positive on that. I think that was a nice surprise. Let's see now. On the other end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum here. Battle for Bikini Bottom. This is the remake, specifically. Let's try out this SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. We will have had 2 Nickelodeon-themed games on here after this one, so that's fun. Maybe now, when the VOD goes up, I'll put SpongeBob in the thumbnail. I don't know. Let's see if I like it. How about we start there? I don't need any plot. Let's just get into the gameplay. It's a 3D platformer.
It sure looks like
3D platformer. Ooh, I don't know. You run very slowly. There's a button to make you go slower? Okay. That's the opposite of what I was looking for when I was holding down some buttons, actually. You jump, you walk around and you jump on stuff, and I guess the collectibles just fly to you. Okay.
make myself a snack, but there's no time. Maybe a little bounce on the old bed.
Okay, so you go to areas, you pick up more crap. Yeah. I guess this is a tutorial, so let's not... No, let's not rush to judgment here. But the way it feels is not the best here. Ah! Okay, coolified.
This is where I keep all my
How you
old
doing?
comic books.
Hey, do you like this game? I don't know about this game so far. I just started it 2 seconds ago, so probably too soon to say. How do I get out of here? How do I get to like a outside area maybe? Or like a hover? What's the deal? This is like a remake. Haven't been here in a while. When was the last time you were here when you finished GTA 5? Oh yeah, that was ages ago, coolified. That was at least 2020. That was like the end of 2022. So yeah, that's if that was the last time, it's been a while. I remember your name though. Name is it is very nice. And I remember your pronouns. I remember you go by she, her, correct? You're she, her. Somehow I remembered that after 2 years. I hope I continue to do that for anyone who has them. You know, pronouns. Hard to remember things in general, but sometimes you just do it without thinking about it.
There's nothing like the sounds of your own.
Go away, SpongeBob. You're polluting.
Okay. There's stuff outside. I remember as a kid, I didn't have a PlayStation, but my cousins did. And some years they would bring it to like the shore or whatever, to the Jersey Shore. And I would, they didn't have this game, but they had the other SpongeBob game, the 2D one. The original was viewed as a masterpiece, and the mad lads who made this one managed to live up to the legacy. I'll say it looks great.
A place to experience nature at its most raw. In sometimes
The audio is very authentic. How's the volume, by the way? Do you want more volume?
Squidward, are you okay?
Let me know about volume and stuff. Whenever I'm doing these streams. Okay. All these Game Pass streams where I'm trying out like a bunch of different games. You gotta realize I don't have time to like... Well, first off, this is the first time I'm playing the game. I don't have time to calibrate the audio and get it all worked out.
We can't jellyfish today.
I played the other one, the 2D one. I forget what that one was, but I played a little bit of that back when you were attempting to misgender yourself to fuck with you, but the risks are too great. I appreciate the struggle. Good, okay. I'd understand if you did. This game looks great. You know what I'll say? I'll say this. As far as, like, a platformer goes, as far as, like, a colorful, bright world goes, like, this is right up there with... Goddamn, like, look at this shit. It's right up there with actual, like, Mario. Actual 3D Mario, actual 3D, Banjo. You know, it's beautiful. The environments are nice. And it's kind of clear where you want to go. I guess this is linear. It's like I'm gathering that it's linear. There's checkpoints, so I guess this is sort of a 3D world type situation. I'll say for my part, I would like it if there was a run button. Really, is there really no run button, just a walk button? The only Spongebob's games you played are Truth or Dare and the DS version of Attack on Toy Box. I'm pretty sure that's much more than I've played, Coolified. I'll say this is a lot better than, like, the worst 3D platformers I can think of, to be clear. Pretty alright. And I do think that, you know, if I was one that was, like, super duper swayed by, like, production values, like, this does have amazing production values. Like, Jesus Christ. Look around this shit.
Hey, Gary, what's shaking?
And, like, if I, you know, if it hadn't been, like, 20 years since I played since I watched SpongeBob. Whoa, hey, this is cool. What am I trying to do here? Oh, I know. I think I'm trying to get into that. Okay, I guess that's just like a little minigame thing. That's fine. I thought it was like a traversal thing, but nah. King Jellyfish this way. I like the literal things. Hey, romaction. There we go. That's how it's pronounced. Yes. No, I ended up bailing out of that. What? What is this?
Ready for another fantastic day.
That was something. That's funny. That's a really funny pit death retrieval gimmick. Oh, what the fuck? What's wrong with this? This has stuff on it. How can this not be the right place to go? Don't understand that. Oh, okay. Now I understand it. When they're down there, they're bad. Okay. That was Hands? Oh, I didn't know he had a name. I didn't know that, Oh, it's a Hands and it has hands. Gotcha. No, I ended up not finishing that randomizer roam action. I ended up bailing out and saying like, okay, you know what? I'm just super stuck, and I really wasn't convinced after that stream that spending more time on it would help me like get further. I bet it was something obvious, like maybe we had to do more like damage runs. We had to do like damage runs or something. Go into the ice area even though I didn't have like Varia suit. Didn't have the suit that lets me survive in there. That was probably it. I just severely underestimated like how I think I underestimated like how necessary that would be. I'll say I've done the Metroid Fusion randomizer a bunch of times before, and in that you can set it so that damage runs are disabled. So I guess I just sort of thought it was the same, but I'm pretty sure it's just lenient with the damage runs, meaning you need to have enough health. You need to be able to have enough health, but yeah, you finished it a few times. That's great. I definitely want to give that another go, that particular randomizer, but I'm gonna wait until like after I'm back from a vacation that I'm planning to do, like in a, I say planning to do, a vacation that I have in a couple weeks. I will say though, as far as randomizers go, I am planning to do Wind Waker randomizer, like actually I think that one's planned for 2 weeks from now. Maybe next week. We'll see. Maybe I'll mix it up. Maybe I'll do the randomizer next week. I'm kind of curious with that one. It might take more time. It might take more streams, and maybe, you know, I've played Wind Waker a lot. I know it really well. I can't think of anything in particular in Wind Waker randomizer that would require. What is this? What the fuck? I could do a weird jump? Okay, there's some stuff in here that's wait, why can't I do the jump anymore? Did I just use up some resource? I don't know. It's like Mario Galaxy without the gravity thing. I guess, yeah, it's pretty basic. It's pretty basic. I would describe it as a very basic platformer that is pretty competent. It does got the spin, but it doesn't work the same. I don't think it gives you any sort of, like, hover. Maybe it does. Hang on. Okay, it does stall you out a little bit. I can see the comparison, yeah. Production values are amazing. I'll give it that much. It really looks like you should be able to jump on this. I'm looking forward to trying out Wind Waker randomizer. Honestly, the more randomizers I try that I get into and I manage to figure out. Oh, pro tip, read the signs. You're right. That's a smart thing to do. Oh, I need a new move to do that. Okay. I think let's head upwards. That's the smart thing to do here. It's easy to figure out where you need to go. It feels reasonably good. I think for me, the only thing that's really holding this back is just it not really having that much particularly super tough so far. And also, the speed of it is just a mite bit too slow. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is the best Mario game. Fight you? I would fight you. Well, I'll say. You know what? I'll say. It's perfectly good. Odyssey, though. Odyssey, though, is like, special. I would definitely put Odyssey above. We can't swim in goos. Good, I figured that out already. I would put other games above it, but you know, hey, if you love it, if that's your favorite, it's a pretty good one. It's I would say that Galaxy 2 has one major problem, which is that every time you get a star, it warps you back to the hub, and it takes like literally 30 seconds to get back into a level. I think that's especially like... Oh, hey, enemies are just gonna come at me here. Until I destroy this thing. You're gonna head out now, see ya. Thanks for stopping by, and hey, look... Come by in later streams. No. I'll do Metroid Fusion again at some point. I was really impressed by that randomizer. I think I need to tweak the settings and do a setup that more suits me.
Huh? What? Oh,
Customization is nice. Oh, hey, this is cool. I like this. This game is very playable. It's very easy to know where you have to go. It's reasonably fun to, like, run and jump. Am I sometimes selective in what messages I read? Sometimes, yeah. I already mentioned that you noted that, when you noted how to say Hans's name, I said that. Unless you said that before it was said earlier. Do you say it other than Hans? What was that? Maybe I missed another message in addition to the one. Oh, sometimes. Well, sometimes it is what it is, you know. Whatever. It doesn't do to worry about such things, I think. It's fun to run and jump. I think this is we're like an accessible platformer. I forgot to vocalize it? What do you mean vocalize it? Is that like a German thing? Is it like Hans? Like Hans? Do you have to like say it in an accent or something?
Like a spring breeze.
I'll say with this game, it feels like an insult to say that it's mid, but it's very mild in a way that makes me think, yeah, it's somewhere. I would probably put this somewhere between a 3 and a 4. So, you know, maybe a 4. It looks really nice. Maybe the looks and production values is what puts it over. Oh, hang on. We just switched characters here. What's this about? Does it play different to play as this guy instead? As Patrick? Like, do sort of a charge attack. I should read the sign. Maybe the sign says he can pick up and throw tikis. Okay.
Sure gotta carry a lot of stuff around.
I bet the watermelon is a thing for something. Out of 5, right? Yes, out of 5. All my rating, I use a 5-star system. That is correct. That's very alright. I think as like a very accessible for like kids type platformer, I think it's nice and well made and beautiful. As an adult who likes faster paced games, maybe I struggle to you know, I'd rather play something that was like where you like had a fast run mode. And maybe the secret is like, oh, that's coming. You get a run, don't worry about it. At which point I would say, like, yeah, I think you should start with the run. Star Wars prequel meme? I've never heard of that prequel meme. Out of 5, right? No, I've never heard of that. I know there is ambiguity when you say like what's if you say 4 out of 5 or you say 4 stars or I give it a 4. I guess if you say 4 stars, it's not really ambiguous. And if you say I give it a 4 out of 5, that's even less ambiguous. Ambiguous is how you say that. But, yeah. This throwing watermelon gimmick, I don't know that it's super great. It is something, though. It is, like, something to, like, latch onto. I think you can tell through context if I say something is 4 out of 5 and I'm trying to say it's okay. Like, a 4 out of 10 is abysmal. That's the equivalent of a 2 out of 5 and quality of life things here that are questionable. Oh, is that all for nothing?
I don't think SpongeBob's underwear fits quite right.
Oh, I'm gonna change the world for the better, right? Oh, I've seen that one, yeah. And then Anakin looks at Padme, like, not even answering, because, like, yeah, no. Clearly not. Not the thing. That's a good meme, I'll say. You changed it so much that it was unrecognizable. Not that I haven't, like, done that myself. Small political thing here, but I have in like Discords and crap been saying things along the lines of like small political campaign thought here. There's been times where like Donald Trump and the shit has said of Kamala Harris like, oh, she'll give everyone health care. And I just post essentially like, a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for healthcare, in quotes, and then also, a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for healthcare, in quotes. And that is a reference, of course, to a vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. A vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. You know that meme? That's a great little bit there. And I feel like when you just do that, like that's close enough where you might be able to tell what the joke is, right? But part of the funny part about it, part of what makes it fun, is not saying what it is and relying on your audience to work it out. And also, it doesn't work when you explain it. It's not as funny. It's only funny if you just react to it in the moment as like a message. Some jokes don't translate to being explained out loud, it turns out.
I don't think SpongeBob's underwear fits quite right. Ouch.
This game's okay. This game's alright. I'm curious if there's a run button, or if there's, like, other nuances between characters that, come in time. But I think I've seen enough. I would give that, like, a 4 out of 5. I'll give it a 4 out of 5 if I never play it again. It seems pretty good. Especially if you are of the demographic, you know, of the age level where, you know, younger when you first played it. I bet, like, this is a very accessible thing. It is about midnight, so we should think about finishing up. But I'll tell you what I want to do next. I want to do the case of the Golden Idol. The case of the Golden Idol will be up next. I've heard some good things about this. I mentioned earlier Game of the Year type stuff. I did hear at least one person in the year this came out say like, Oh yeah, this is Game of the Year quality. I guess also there's like different campaigns in here. I don't know what's up with that, but let's try the first one. You want to rethink your life? Waves hand. I don't quite follow what you mean there, Coolified. As I understand this is sort of a Return of the Obra Dinn type puzzle game where you're figuring stuff out using logic and induction. And it's kind of cool. Oh, a Jedi mind trick. I gotcha. Okay. Why? Because I rated SpongeBob low? It just didn't like excite me. I don't know. Okay, so what we want to do, apparently we use the D-pad for this. Study the environment to infer what has happened. Gather phrases from evidence and documents. Assign the correct phrases to the slots. And finish the scenario. Take your time. Okay, so I see what's happened. Horn of thumb, horn of finger. This guy is falling. There's a scalpel. There's a map. Doesn't seem terribly, terribly useful for what it's worth. One of these guys is Albert Clodsley. The other one is Oberon Geller. Seems like if you only need to get the words once. Both parties agree to these terms for the expedition to Monkey Paw Island. If you don't know, Monkey's Paw is when you wish on a monkey's paw and you get your wish granted, but it sucks. It's sort of like a genie, but it's automatic and doesn't have a personality. That's also how genies are, by the way, in, like, fiction, in, like, originally. The idea is a genie is someone who grants your wish, but if you don't specify things 100%, they'll try to fuck you over in so doing. They're sort of, like, funny in that way. So, this guy has some money. This guy has some medical instruments and a golden statue. Can we tell who is who? Oh, so this panel is like their personnel. This is okay. Albert Clodsley has rights to 2/3 of all valuable. Oberon has rights to 1/3 and all golden statues found for providing the map. So Oberon has the golden statue. So this bag is Oberon's. Okay. Now then, Oberon is a doctor. Oh, wait, how do I know if this guy is Oberon? He's carrying a medicine bottle on him, whereas this guy has a dagger. Okay, so the guy who's following is Oberon. Okay, so this guy is not Oberon. This is Albert Geller. Or is it Oberon Geller? And Albert Cloudsley, Oberon Geller. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's very much in the style of Obra Dinn. You're puzzling things out, deducing based on context clues. That is neat. Oberon Geller, Albert Cloudsley, in from a cliff in the. Let's look at the map and try to work out where we are. Those look like the Horn of Thumb. So we are Horn of Thumb, Bay of Shadows. Is that right? I'll say, like, there should be a little bit more. Waves hand, you want to go home and rethink your life. Please agrees to go somewhere named Monkey Paw Island. Yeah, it's not a good thing. Camp in oh cool, so we can have this be open. Camp in the Bay of Shadows. What? Guess it's the ruins of Xenopolis. I feel like there could be some better, like, quality of life stuff here. Like, having to drag this. How about Horn of Thumbs? Okay, I guess it's the Horn of Thumb. I thought it was looking at the Horn of Thumbs. Obi-Wan visible confusion. Yeah, lots of memes from chat there. Yay, we did it. We've worked it out. We got everything we need. Cliff in the... Horn of Thumb. The scroll has been fulfilled. He was surveying the poor weather. His expedition partner pushed him off the cliff. I think I got this. Okay, so there's multiple levels here, but it's like a level base, kinda. One second, let me grab my mouse. I gotta do some moderation. Yep. Get out of here. No advertising in my chat. Okay, so there's horses, there's a boat, a yacht, a horse is running in the yard, there's a cool statue. You were too slow. What? Like clicking on it? Don't give them the time of day. That crap. We have to figure out where we are. Okay. There's a coat. So the documents are always going to have our words that we need to use. I wish that it wasn't like moving a cursor around. It definitely feels to me like a clunky way to put a meme from carries over from another channel. Oh, you have like a response to viewer buying. What's the joke? Okay, hit me with it. The man is not breathing. The man is badly wounded. Oh, there's a dead man in this scene. I'm just noticing the dead man, by the way. Be gone, bot. Ah, okay, that works. That's a funny thing to say. I gotta imagine like a whole chat saying that at once would be very, would be a good feeling. You know. Usually everyone just ignores them in my chats. And I deal with them soon enough. I believe that is Cloudly Sebastian? Sebastian Cloudsley. Relative of the other one. So that's a dining attire. That is research attire that has blood on it. That is hunting attire. I don't know how I figured that out. I just sort of guessed it. I only had so many words, so... Okay, Sebastian Cloudsley, Lord of... I can just guess. The cause of death was a... head wound? that when he fell from a ladder while he was hunting. Blackfield. I am noticing now that you can just, in some cases, just hit the thing rather than dragging it. Was a spontaneous wound. 2 or fewer slots. So wound is right. Oh, poison is... Ladder is long. Fell from a horse. Well, I know his name. There we go. The thing was wrong. It's based on a thought meme. I'm pretty sure THOH. Oh, I know what that stands for. Yeah, I can see why the bot was hesitant about that. Should that be allowed? I don't know. I don't know about that. That feels like a gray area. It's almost more funny as like out of context, you know, it's lost. I feel like a lot of the meaning is lost when you hear it or see it around. I don't know. It's always seems like tongue-in-cheek to me. Also, you're using it to refer to a specific meme. So that's probably fine. It's based on a meme. I've never seen that. I don't think I've seen that particular meme, but okay. Let's return. Okay, this is a weird thing. Let's do this third one and maybe do another game. I'll say this seems cool. It's kind of cool to puzzle out these puzzles. I probably describe it as like nothing special. But like a cool deductive reasoning game where you're just sort of figuring out everything one thing at a time. It's all saying to you, I'll take my leave. To perform the combustion trick, you must cast a freezing spell. The Sega grifts for the combustion on the idol. Is that it? Yeah. He put in the code and apparently set this guy on fire. It looks like this guy cast a magic spell. I guess this is basically telling the story one thing at a time of this magic idol being passed from hand to hand, just like every time whoever has it just misusing it, abusing it, or getting it stolen from them. Like, I don't know if this guy had it before the other guy, but that would be my initial supposition here. A stable rota for Adam and James. Horse grooming, stable cleaning. It's the monkey's paw. Oh yeah, sure. So you get it. You get it. And it's what you always wanted. But also you're gonna die from the next person who wants it. That makes sense, yeah. I don't know if I don't know if I'd say this is like this guy is just hanging out minding his own business. Oh, there's like a hint system as well. Not gonna worry about that. Ash Blair. Finest tobacco. So I guess this is Ash. EC. Prepare for the carriage tomorrow. We are to visit my nephew. EC. Or maybe this guy is EC, whoever that is. Spare me, devil. This guy's a pair brother. It's like multiple rooms now. Inside. This is the Batley. This is the Batley house then. Cloudsley and Cuberts are there's two different insignias that we can learn. They have Indian book, Indian fan, and a nice blade and some money. Oh, I guess this takes place during like colonial times. If these are like, you know, British, if they have British money, but they seem to have some Indian stuff as well, like adventures. Last will of Sebastian Cloudley, the guy from the previous scenario. Interesting. I do feel like this game is very, so far anyway, like the second one in particular was pretty easy to guess. I need to use your sharp mind. I bequeath you the golden idol of Xenopolis. You will know what to do with it. We met so rarely that after you left, I bequeathed you my land. It's unclear who... Okay, so... Whoever Rose is... My guess is Rose got the idol. Feeling sacred is a weakness. Feeling scared is a weakness. Be strong instead. Is something that I guess was on screen that I didn't read. Thank you for pointing that out. That is a thing to say. That's encouragement. It's pretty normal to encourage people, I think. Oh, hey, you can... Part of the puzzle is figuring out who is getting what. We have sent you frequent reminders of your debt. Stands at 250 pounds, 55 pounds. Nicholas Makers the Executor. Dear Brother Edmund. Okay. It's... Yeah, it's hard to say, like, which one goes with which label. Let me look at these again. I guess I sort of have to just size it up in my head. In my mind. That's just like a flat edge. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to make of this. If only it was that simple, is what Coolified says of that quote. By the way, thank you for insisting. My late sister, your mother disclosed your financial troubles to me. Okay, so that would be this bit here. Wait, no, that's sister. That's brother. That's not sister. Damn it. Sebastian Cloudley. So I'm looking for a Cloudley here. My late sister, your mother. Oh, it is that guy. It is the guy, right. Okay. Sister did say. So Peter Barnsley is that one. Peter Batley. There we go. I want you to put your sharp mind to better use than mere politics. So whoever's a politician got that. We never met after you left for the colonies, so that's someone who left. And whoever is left... Oh, geez, this one's really complicated. This one's like 100 times more complicated than any of the previous ones. Wow, okay. Woo! Blank blank was blank to receive blank in blank's will and ordered... Well, I can fill in some of these right now. Go to the will. And look. Sebastian Cloudley. Okay. Let's do this first. Okay. Sebastian Cloudsley will and ordered blank and blank take the blank from blank. That's going to be the idol. Suddenly blank blank died from spontaneous combustion. Okay. Blank blank was upset to receive aphorisms. It's got to be aphorisms, yes. So someone who received nothing is who we're looking for. Fat Lord, pair twins, A and J. A has hair on... Thinking here, facing the camera. Right side of the head. Which is this side of the head. Looking at him, left side of the head. So this guy is, I believe that is A. Is this guy one of the brothers? He has a horse brush. So, yes, I think this is a pair brother. This is a pair brother, and this is a pair brother too. This one is Adam. This one is James. Okay. With that, we can also fill in an ordered Adam pair and James pair to take the idol from whoever received it. I think they worked as a pair. One of them just suddenly lit up. Suddenly, James pair. I'm reckoning they worked as a team to take the idol, and somehow it burned them. Let me give this more volume, by the way. It's weirdly low. Weirdly low music volume. Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay. But the, like, click sound is very loud. Hopefully that's fine. Okay, so he was burning the guys that worked for him. He has a ruby ring. We could figure out what day it is. I'm not sure, like, what possible advantage that would give us. This guy is Edmund. He's just sort of watching. I'm not sure why we need to know that. Oh, wait, maybe we can figure out, because he's from London. He has a London paper, so maybe... Was he one of the people? Edmund was dear brother. Okay. After you left for colonies? Why would he have the London thing? I'm gonna guess he's the politician. Edmund Cloudsley. Well, I can at very least fill him in over here as well. That's Edmund Cloudsley. I'm gonna say this guy is Ash Blair. Wait, no, he has EC on his thing. His saddlebag. Maybe he's just retrieving it for this dude. Right, because he has an embroidered handkerchief. There we go. That's it. That guy ain't, this guy's Ash Blair. I'm gonna say... I don't have access to those words. Okay. I don't have access to that name, so I guess he's not that exactly. Willard Wright, associate. Tenet, oldest married, all inhibitors. So those four are the ones that inherited the shit. So... we got Peter. We need Rose. Rose is a lady. Who got stolen from then? I'm thinking this guy here maybe was the one it was stolen from. Nicholas Maker is the attorney. Okay. This guy's gotta be Nicholas Maker. There's only one lady in this whole scene. So I'm gonna say she is, Rose... what was it? See Daisy. X clears. Okay. Rose... Kubert. Rose Kubert. This guy... gonna be Willard... I'm gonna say this guy is Willard Wright. Where's the word right? There it is. The other guy is Edmund Cloudsley? I feel like I'm confused here. Edmund Willard Wright, Peter Batley. Thought I already had a Peter Batley on there. Edmund Cloudsley. Willard Wright. Oh, sister, Rose Kubert. 2 or a few slots are incorrect. That must mean logically that I've switched up Edmund and Peter because otherwise it wouldn't work. Oh, no. Rose and Edmund, they have the same last name. Wait. Rose Hubert. What the fuck? Should be Hubert. Why did that change to Rose? Okay. Edmund, Cloudsley, Rose, Hubert. Okay, I put in the wrong last name for Rose. That's it. Cool, cool, cool. So, Willard Wright. I believe this guy is Willard Wright. Willard Wright. Murder Man. Peter Batley is this guy. The guy who did the murder. Okay. He got only aphorisms. Literally, a book of aphorisms. Peter Batley. And I don't know what that leaves for this guy. What names didn't I use? David Goran. Rose, Edmund, Cloudsley. This guy is an Edmund. I thought that guy was Edmund. Willard Wright was bestowed the idol. The Pear brothers stole it. That's Rose. That's Edmund. Crap. It's hard to brute force this, I think. Because you can't just stay on the same one and try a bunch of different names. That, doesn't work. Look for the associates. Willard Wright, Sebastian Cloudley. Parents are dead. What does she say? She's rich. Well, I'm not sure. Wait, okay, Fat Lord is the guy in the cowboy hat. And this is the Batley estate. There's only one guy in a hat here. So I guess this guy is David Batley. Or Peter Batley. And this would make this guy Hubert. Batley, I don't know. This is optional. Let's see if I can just do this. Peter Batley was upset to receive aphorisms, and he took the idol from Willard Wright. Did I get his name right? Okay. That was neat. So I guess that, you know, sort of goes on from here. Each puzzle being a scenario with a lot of logic to be done to figure out, like, who everyone is, what they were up to, what their motives were. And it all just devolves one murder at a time. And some magic is probably involved. Apparently, the other two mysteries aren't included as part of the base game that is included with Game Pass. Let me see, just for shits and giggles, how much they want for these other bits. Are they like $5? Yeah, okay, they're like $6. That's not bad. For like additional content, that makes sense. That's not the most terrible thing in the world. I would say I'm not like super impressed. I think there's some quality of life type issues that would be solved by playing on a PC for what it's worth, but I wish it was snappier on the console that I'm playing it on. It's 12:30. Can we do like one more maybe? Let's see. Let's pick out a good one. What's up? What's RoboQuest? I'll think about it. I'll figure out what we're doing. RoboQuest? RoboQuest, I don't know. I'm gonna skip the cutscenes. I'm not. Let's just play the game. Whoa, you move fast. It's 3D. I appear to be a robot. Lady is talking. I didn't see what she said. Let me adjust the volume a little bit. Not sure it's really that loud, but... Get in close and punch things with a stick. With clicking the stick. Get a gun. Max is classic. My special lowered crosshair increases the verticality. Let's try it out. You know what? If you want, if you think this makes sense for this game, let's try it. Wait. Settings. I actually do want to toggle. Crouch is a toggle. I'll auto reload. Sure, why not? I feel like for a gamepad, holding makes sense for that. We'll just go with everything else default. It feels good. This is good feeling shooting. Like a healing system. I'll say we've played like two shooters tonight, and 3 shooters including this one. I think this one and Boltgun both much better than Call of Duty. Maybe that was a bad Call of Duty though. I don't know. Ooh. I think this might be a roguelike, by the way. I'm not sure exactly. Bonk hammer. Oh, you have to open the door. Buy shotguns and other weapons. Okay, I'll get a shotgun. Yeah. There's like a map at the top right there. I am, I'll move to show. I'm covering some UI stuff. I don't know it's really super important, but whatever. This shotgun is cool. It's sort of is well, one, powerful enough to kill like any small enemy, but even the big enemies, it seems to like stun them if it like nearly kills them, which I like that as a compromise between it being like strong enough to one-shot versus like being balanced. That's a cool solution. Yeah, this is a much better game. I'll say, hey, this is a much better game than Call of Duty. I think like the only thing that would really limit my interest in going further is just like, yeah, you need to be really fucking good for me to invest more time than the endless time that a roguelite asks for, right? Like, you need to be fucking Hades, or fucking Hades 2. Ugh. Could use some voice acting, I think. Or, like, maybe have the... These are minor things. Have, like, the dialogue appear at the bottom, like this. Rather than, as things. Standard difficulty. Okay. Maybe this is like an RPG, like a... Let's... Hang on. Game card? It's a fast-paced FPS roguelike. Okay, so it is a roguelike. Okay, clearly. You make perk choices. That is totally a run-based thing. You wouldn't do that outside of a run-based context, I suppose. I'll say, when I play a really good roguelike, a really good, pretty fun roguelike, honestly, my first thought is, like, oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. You wanted me to play this forever, and instead I'm gonna play it, like, for like an hour tops. Whereas if this was like a full-length campaign type game, I might have like seen it through, right? I might have spent like 5 hours on it. The dark irony of it is that they're trying to make a game that you can play forever, but in so doing they make a game where you just look at the time investment and you spend like a fraction. I guess there's an alternate fire. I'm not clear what it does, but when I hit right bumper, some timer happens on this. Reloads your other weapons on cooldown, on takedown. So if you kill someone while using this gun, it resets your cooldowns on other guns. That's kind of cool. I hit the wrong button there. Don't worry about it. This volume's fine. I'll say this music is a little repetitive. That isn't to say it's bad. I'll say, like, not having good music, I think, is a perfectly good place to save a little money, especially if you're the kind of game where it makes sense to play during a podcast or while watching a YouTube video, right? Like, and this game is absolutely that. It is absolutely a game that you could play during any of those, things. There's like some aim assist here, I think. Or like I'm shooting these guys and it feels like my cursor's kind of locking in on them. There's not like aim to trigger. There's not like if I hit left trigger, it does nothing. Maybe it depends on the gun. I'll say personally, I kind of like, I kind of am not the biggest fan of left trigger, right trigger. You know, I like the old days where you know, you'd get like 2 weapons on either trigger. That to me was more fun than left trigger, right trigger. You know, I like games that prioritize like movement over like moving around as the main gameplay, not like drawing a bead, I guess. And this game seems like to be one of those. I think let's get another thing. I don't know what that is. Okay. You need some sort of keys to open them. So maybe this is like a place where it would branch, and if you've been to later areas, you could return here and get a warp forward. Okay, LB always does the same thing. Some sort of meter. Really not sure what that is. Left bumper switches weapons. Interesting mapping there. Maybe these guns just don't have alternate fires. And if it was, it would be on left trigger. Oh, I can get a new perk. Increases elemental damage. Activating Bastion rolls around an element. You've seen this particular game before? That's a surprise. I've never heard of it. Never heard anyone talking about it. I think it might be relatively new. I did pick up and download a bunch of games that were relatively new. It feels really good. It looks really nice. The only thing that's really uninspired about it is the sound design, which, like I said, you take this as a podcast game. That's actually a benefit, that you know that you don't have to pay attention. The melee sword stuns enemies. That's fun. You like rail grind? You can rail grind. Oh my god. I kind of like to finish a run. This is a really fun surprise. Is there anything else that I should do as one last game after this? Maybe something that could be a quickie. Oh, you can blow this up. Huh, so it's like level-based. Somewhat. You go through a level. I mean, that's how roguelikes often work. There's like worlds. You go world to world. Whole thing. Increases all damage by 10% against bosses. What is this? Let me see. Oh, ho, 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 ho. What? So this replaces my gun? Okay, I think big gun and pots and pans. Let's go. Okay. I was thinking about saying, like, okay, let's call it, but I just got some pots and pans here. It'd be cool if you could deflect things by hitting them with your pot and pan. I am taking a lot of damage here by going with the pot and pan, it looks like. Worth it. Worth it, I think. Are these pots and pans on, like, tethers? Or is these like a nunchuck pot and pan? Oh, man. Who? What? Have you ever seen a nunchuck pot and pan? Pot and pan nunchucks. That's what? It is fucking great. Frying pan double nunch. What? I love it. Oh wow. This game's really cool. Color me impressed. I wish it wasn't a roguelike. That's my one risk here. That's my one comment. Like, oh man, if I could just play this as like a single player thing and not have to devote like runs and runs and runs. That'd be really nice, I think. I love the stunning. I love how you stun enemies. That just feels so good. I wonder if there's other status effects. I wonder. I have a lot of thoughts here. I am pretty close to dead here, so maybe this will be it. There we go. Yeah. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah. So bye. Yeah. That one seems great. Let me go back to the full live to my Game Pass group here. Are we done or do we want to get in one more? It's 12:49, nearly 1 a.m. Yeah, that was a good one to go out on. That was definitely a good one to go out on. I think this has been a fun night. Let's review. You're done? Not sure about you. I'm done too. But first, before before I leave, before I go, let's go over how this night went and the various games that I played and give some like basic spur of the moment type thoughts on them. You know, just me saying like, okay, if I didn't play any more of this, I'd give it a blank. Insane Trilogy. So in this one, okay, well, first off, I gotta start with the first thing that I actually played, which isn't on Quick Resume for some reason. I guess I closed out of it without thinking. We started out tonight with some Ace Attorney. First time I ever played Ace Attorney. I was really impressed by that first case. It was really funny. It was charming as hell, and it was fun to put it in the contradictions. You know, it was kind of like a very simple thing, clearly a tutorial, but it was a lot of fun regardless, and honestly, I think of the games I played tonight, it is the one I want to play more of the most. So I'm feeling like that's a 5 out of 5, and I've only tried the first of the 3 games that are in that pack, so yeah, I should play more of that. Maybe that's the game I'm gonna play now. That when I'm between streams. The second thing I played was Crash Bandicoot. Again, never played a Crash Bandicoot, so tried out the first one and the second one. The first one really didn't impress me. The second one actually seemed pretty okay, pretty good, pretty decent. It seemed a little bit faster, a little bit snappier, and had like a little bit more to its like early game levels. Bit difficult. I would say that the first one is probably a 3 out of 5 in my book. The second one could be a 4 out of 5, could be as high as a 5 out of 5 if I were to feel compelled to go back in and play more at some points. And I didn't try the third one, so, you know, no comment there. Botany Manor is the next one that I played. Right? Yeah, Botany Manor. Little puzzle game. You run around and you try to figure out, like, how to get flowers to bloom using context clues in the environment. It's a little slow, but it is a good vibe. It is beautiful. I'd probably give this a 4 out of 5. Probably won't play anymore, but it's alright. It's pretty good. It's not here because I uninstalled it, but I tried Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 for the first time in between Botany Manor and Nickelodeon's All-Star Brawl, and I was decidedly unimpressed. The campaign, the shooting didn't feel good. It was not that cinematic right out the gate, and again, it didn't feel good, so what can I say? The other shooters later in this list had better shooting than Call of Duty, and I played some online just to check and make sure that, like, oh, it's not that I played the wrong mode. It's not that campaign is the wrong mode. And the online is just like the most basic, well, it's just like the most basic online shooter you ever played. You know, the most default, the most standard. It is boring. And I'd rather be playing something like Splitgate or Halo or you name it. Any number of Titanfall. I'd rather be playing something like that than this. So, yeah, that's probably a 2 out of 5, maybe a 3 out of 5. Depends on whether you're talking about the campaign or the multiplayer. The campaign's probably a 2, the multiplayer is probably a 3. That's kind of how I would split it up. Nickelodeon's All-Stars 2. I admit that it has good quality of life, good production values. The characters all look good. There's more of them than ever. There seem like there's a lot of quality of life problems, and it just still don't feel very good to play. Maybe I'm spoiled by Rivals of Aether and Smash Bros. Ultimate, but you need to be at least as good as those games for me to want to play you, I think. The thing I love about those two other games, Smash Bros. And Rivals of Aether, is that they feel so good to move around in, and Nickelodeon's All-Star Brawl 2 doesn't feel good to move around in, even if it has some interesting, like, meter systems added onto it. I don't know. I can't give that any higher than a 3, maybe a 2. Dusk Falls it's not good to look at. It takes itself way too seriously, and it wasn't even funny when you get right down to it. 1 out of 5. No, it has like pretensions as being like a Until Dawn type game, but I don't think it has the chops. And when you're playing in this prestige ballpark, and you're like what's the word? Milquetoast. You're like bland. You're like forgettable. You're like nothing. I think that is means there's just kind of nothing to it. There's nothing of value. Boltgun seems really cool. A throwback Doom style shooter set in the Warhammer 40k universe. I love the style. I love how it feels. I did run out of health and had trouble recovering from the checkpoint that I had, where at the checkpoint I had 8 health. Recovering from that. That's unfortunate. I think it's probably a 4 out of 5 game. It is really cool, though. I'm surprised I didn't hear about that last year. Battle for Bikini Bottom. Seems alright. I don't know. It's somewhere between a 3 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5 for me. Spongebob moves really slowly. I feel like it would be an easy 4 out of 5 if it had a run button. It seems like you get new abilities. I betcha there's a run button. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say it's like a 4 out of 5. Case of the Golden Item. Seems cool. The puzzles are fun to puzzle out. It's, I think, could use a lot of quality of life improvements on console for what it's worth. It seems more geared towards PC. But I wouldn't mind playing more of it. That's like could be a 5 out of 5. But not like an all-time favorite. Like, is Obra Dinn an all-time favorite for me? It's not as good as Obra Dinn. I whatever I gave Obra Dinn back in the day when I played it. I would take 1 star off, and if Oberdin is an all-time favorite, then Golden Idol is like, just pretty great. Somewhere between a 4 and a 5. Hard to say. RoboQuest really impressed me. I almost think it's a bummer. It's a roguelike, but goddamn, that's about the best impression that a roguelike can make. I struggle to see how I can say that it's any worse than a 5 out of 5. It's at least a 4 out of 5, maybe a 5 out of 5. It's hard for me to say that, considering that I don't know that I'm going to find, like, the time it takes to get into a roguelike. Like, the roguelikes just have a much higher. You have to be like Hades level, like best of all time, to get me into the door, right? Spelunky 2 did not get me into the door because it's just a very competitive category, and yeah, I'm really not sure about RoboQuest in that respect, but it has everything. It's really cool. It feels good. The weapons are fun. I enjoyed playing it, and my only wish is that it wasn't a roguelike. That's the only thing that's my only note, is like, if this had been a single-player campaign and one and done, I would have really liked that, I think. I'm going to delete, like, half of these games now that I'm done with this stream. That's going to free up some space that I can maybe fill with more Game Pass games down the line, and maybe do another one of these streams. Like you can see, looking at this fucking group, there are way too many games here that we could check out. I don't know how many good ones are left. Well, Turbo Golf Racing looks cool. I've heard of Journey to the Savage Planet. Crackdown 3, I bet is fun. Valorant, I could play that. There's No More Heroes, Lies of P. There's a lot of games here that I would like to get around to at some point. I will say, I have no plans to do any more Game Pass streams until, for the next couple of months. I'm going to be in Japan in September and October, so at least until after I get back from Japan would be the next time there'd be a Game Pass thing. Hopefully, by then, there'll be like a AAA 100% like Game of the Year quality game to come out on Game Pass. I don't know that Game Pass has had a hit quite that hard this year, for what it's worth. There's not been like a Tinykin or a Tunic out. Something on that magnitude. Nobody Saves the World. Something like that good. But I'm confident. I'm hoping that they'll get something on that level before the end of the year, and that'd be nice. That'd be a surprise. And that would anchor the next Game Pass stream. Hopefully. We'll see. That's a thing for the future. Folks, let's bring up the schedule here. And also, I'm just gonna relaunch the game so we have some music again. Where is RoboQuest? There it is. There it is. Let me make myself really goddamn big. And say, to conclude, to finish, here's the stream schedule. I'll be back on Friday with Mario Maker 2 viewer levels. There's no music in this. Okay, game doesn't have music, that's fine. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'll be back for viewer levels on Friday. My next level that the 39th in my super world is ready to go. That'll be uploaded on Friday live. So if anyone likes to play my levels you could get in early and be the first one to play it. I'll say it's quite likely we'll need to delete and re-upload to do some tweaks. I'm not sure about the difficulty, but I'd like to see what the clear rate is before I make revisions, and maybe see some other people play it before determining what needs to change in particular. Next week will be Random Revisit Return to The Return of the Obra Dinn. That is a game where you puzzle out who people are and how they died, which is somewhat similar to Curse of the Golden Idol, but I think it's a little cooler because you're actually walking around meat space and seeing like weird flashbacks. It's a whole thing. It's a puzzle game where seemingly you can only play it once, but it's been so long since I played it, I've forgotten it all. I'd like to do that next Tuesday. That'll probably be a shorter stream than this one. I don't know. I'm not sure if I do the whole game in one stream or if I just play a little bit. We'll see how I feel next Tuesday on that. And also, I'll say on that topic, I have a whole bunch of other streams for the next couple Tuesdays to mention. Wind Waker the week after next, Randomizer. Astrobot will also be the week after next. Heroes of the Storm the week after that, and the final Tuesday before I go to Japan will be Sonic Adventure DX. That'll be a big, long Sunday stream where I do all the campaigns, I believe. I think How Long to Beat says it takes like 10 hours. Yeah, I could do a 10-hour stream on that last Sunday before my trip, which, by the way, the trip will also have some big streams. I say some big streams, some probably shorter streams than usual, but viewer levels, plus me recounting my vacation, sharing some photos, that sort of thing. Hopefully I'll be able to go to the Nintendo Museum. We'll see if I can get a ticket for opening week, which, again, you can see there, is the week I'm in town. 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Yeah, so I'm in the lottery to get tickets on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Either day 1, day 2, or day 3 of that museum, so we'll see if I can get it. I'll find out at the end of the month. But even if I don't, there's plenty of other museums in Osaka/Kyoto, other places I'm excited to go. Let me just say, whatever happens, I'm gonna have a good time in Japan. I'm gonna see so much. And I'm gonna talk about it in like 4 separate little streams. Rather than talking about it when I get home in one big massive one. That, I think, makes more sense to me. That's still a month away. Let me just say again. The next stream will be Friday. Viewer levels. There's going to be Tuesday variety night streams for the future. And then there'll be Japan streams thereafter. Look forward to all that. I'll send anyone on Twitch on a raid. Let me see here. I'll send you to Aki Setsuna, who's doing Animal Well. That looks good. I like Animal Well a lot. That's a game. That's like a top tier game right there. I wish that was on Game Pass. That's a game that they should look to get on Game Pass. They should look to get the best games that are out there on Game Pass. That's a good rule of thumb, I think. Let me pull up the stream on my end. And yeah, there we go. Okay, folks. Getting ready to stop here. All right. I will see y'all on Friday for Mario Maker. Level upload that stream. Look forward to it. I already have it clear checked. I just need to hit the button and show y'all what it looks like, and it'll be done. Don't expect it to be like hard or nothing for me to get it cleared, get it uploaded. It's already done, like I said. But look forward to that. Viewer levels, normal type business. And also, after next week will be another Tuesday stream, completely different from tonight's, where I do one game instead of like, I don't know, 9? How many games do we play? A lot. See you on Friday, folks. Bye.